Good morning, everyone. This is Lexi Rodriguez. I'm the CEO of KW Cares, and I have someone with me today.
Hi, I'm Mindy Grubb, and I'm VP of Development here at KW Cares.
We are thrilled that you all took time out of your busy schedules to join us today for our third annual fall fundraiser, Multiply Your Business. Thank you for joining us and supporting our mission at KW Cares. And I want you to know that every dollar that's raised today is going towards a KW family member in need. So on behalf of our board of directors and our staff, and in particular our grantees, thank you for taking the time again to join us and support our mission. We have an exciting lineup of speakers here for you today with sessions that are jam-packed with information and strategies to help you multiply your business. So a really exciting day we have in store for you. And Mindy, since this is a fundraiser, what's our goal for today?
Well, today we're going to be raising $350,000 for our KW family members that are in need. And we're so excited you can join us today. Like you said, we have a huge lineup with great speakers that have so many tips for us that I can't wait to get started. The person who created this is Mike Dooley, and I would love to have him come up on the screen and just give you a huge round of applause because you have brought this to us, and this has been an incredible event. This is our third year this year, and we're so excited. So thank you so much, Mike.
Honored to do it.
Awesome.
And I think that's the baton handoff, isn't it?
It
Don't
is.
you when you guys prep and you're like, oh, we're ready to go.
There you go, Mike.
We are in Northwest Arkansas. Woo! So we got our market center here. And as you guys, no one does anything alone. So we're pretty excited, but I just want to tell you, and it's kind of funny, we're adding one of our Rogers locations here, which is exciting. And the interior designers were there. And I was like, hey, you got 30 minutes. I have to go. And I told them about it. And I just want to share that with you. This is year 3. And hopefully I can inspire somebody. If you're a lot like me, or maybe you're not like me, my brain is always running. My wife, Cody, always goes, turn that thing off. But during COVID, I realized that a lot of our associates and agents and people could not get to conferences, could not learn, could not habit stack. And one of the things that I realized, and I use this as an example, single moms, as you know, it's very hard sometimes for them maybe to get to a conference or in your first year. I usually say a first conference is about $5,000 because you got airfare, you got hotel, you got the conference. And I said, how do we have a way and figure out a way to bring to our associates and our people the level of training you get at Family Reunion, at Mega Camp, at any one of these amazing conferences right in their living rooms? So just so you know, for today, if you haven't, tell a friend, text a friend, $25 is all it is for you to get this high level value. And we were trying to figure out, and I think it's billions and billions and billions of dollars of real estate experience that you're going to get today. So I cannot wait for you guys to be in the show. But quickly, I just want to tell you, year 1, we raised $200,000. Thank you, guys. Appreciate that so much. Year 2, $300,000, which is amazing. And then, as you know, our goal is $350,000. But since the inception of this, we've already raised $660,000 for KW Cares and for our associates. Why I want to share that, that is a big number, isn't it? Go ahead, raise your hand. Huge number. It's awesome. From $10, if you will, just small donations, if you can. If you had a great 2023 and you feel blessed, go ahead and donate. We'll have that links and that information in the chat, but pay it forward if you can. And just so you know, pour in, and I would challenge you, your phone is going to ring. All those things are going to happen. Put it on Do Not Disturb. Really invest in yourself and double and triple your business so you can give more in 2024. But I'm excited. Let me tell you, this year we have something better. And I thought about it. What was going to be my little funny part? What does Gary have when he's on stage? He has his own J, right? We love Jay, and you'll see him later today. But I needed a J. I needed somebody cool. So Kelly is going to be joining us this year. We're so excited to have Kelly and welcome her.
Yay. Hey, yo. I'm the J Papasan to your Gary Keller. Like, this is feeling pretty good. Hi guys, my name is Kelly Henderson. I'm so excited to be here today. I'm welcoming you from sunny Phoenix, Arizona, where we're finally under 100. Still in my tank top, but I'm just less sweaty. But we're here today to fundraise. And as Mike and I have been working on this year together, what has been very apparent to me is Mike is the cheerleader and I am the realist. So I'm gonna get real with you guys on some numbers. We've had amazing fundraising through this event over the last few to be big, because thankfully with all of our outreach and the way we've been able to touch our agents, our life-altering grants have skyrocketed this year, meaning more agents know that they can reach out to KW Cares as a very viable solution to their issues that might come up in life. The problem is we have now exceeded by $250,000 how much we have received this year. Now, in order for KW Cares to continue to function at the level that we choose to give to our agents, we need your help. We need your money. So Mike is gonna cheer for us and I am going to like Scrooge McDuck in the background asking you for money so we can continue to bless our KW families. And even though we're only $250,000 down this year, it could have been a lot worse. Think of the weather patterns that we've had so far this year. While we've had tremendous disasters across the US, it's actually a drop in the bucket compared to the financial outpouring that we had last year related to emergency assistance grants. And we need to be ready for when the next thing happens. So I'm coming to you for money. We're going to ask you to give, but more importantly, we're here to learn today and to grow our businesses so we can continue to bless others at a really high level. Because see, for KW Cares, what it means to me, giving as an agent through our board of directors has been the opportunity to touch our hundreds of thousands of agents that we have here. And yet, over this last year, it became so much more personal. About a year ago, my mom got sick with a lot of GI issues that just weren't being fixed through a more easy methods. And so we ended up having to turn to surgery. And over the last year, those surgical costs have cost her so much money. And I remember one day she was just sharing that frustration with me and that kind of fear that shows up. And even though we were like 8 months into this story, it was the first time that I was like, Mom, you should apply for a grant. And just last month, she was given a grant by KW Cares. And when she called, she got so emotional because of how much of a big change and a difference that made in her life. So for you guys out there, you're going to get to hear a lot of awesome stories like that. And I'm excited to share those with you. So with that being said, while we're talking about emergency grants and life-altering grants, let's talk about where we were this time last year. Hurricane Ian was ripping across the US. Let's see a little bit of what that looked like.
Little change for us on this 11 o'clock advisory. It still keeps Ian very strong, but still keeps Ian on the west side of the state into the Gulf. So let's go ahead.
Well, as a Floridian, I really didn't have plans. We got a little bit of supplies, and well, we heard about it, but it wasn't supposed to hit us.
2 days before, it was, guys, it's moving east.
At the last report, Ian was located off the western coast of the state and is predicted to move northeast into our region mid to late week.
One of the most powerful hurricanes to ever make landfall in Florida. Now expected to cut across the state like a slow-moving buzzsaw.
This one set on us for 10 hours. So 10 hours of, 100 and some mile an hour winds and that rain, that was the devastation.
It just makes me want to cry. I just don't. This doesn't feel like my house.
Hey everyone, Natascha here, and just super excited to let you know our KW Cares truck has arrived from Austin. We've got your generators, Keller Williams agents. It's for you and your family members. We've got food, we've got water, we've got the supplies that you need.
We got together, and in less than 36 hours, we put together the first command center, and in less than 24 hours, this command center. I mean, we've moved. This is our second location.
When I got that call yesterday from Marc, told me what this company really cares. KW Cares really cares. And I didn't even know that he was coming over here the next day.
I woke up yesterday with a super heavy heart. And I called Leah, and I called Sherry Smith, and I called Danielle DeRocher, and in all three cases, the tone changed. I just knew I was being called, and I need to go.
To know that I work for the largest company, for the best company, but the company that cares the most about its agent is amazing.
Many of you have been with the company for a long time, know that Mo Anderson talks about as long as we do the right thing, the hand of God will be on this company. We have 988 agents from Punta Gorda down to Marco Island. They are all safe. There's nobody coming back on a helicopter.
Kelly, thanks for sharing your story, and we're so glad to have you. And hey, let's beat them up a little bit, right? Because we're here to help each other and associates. And I've heard, you know, and Mindy and Lexi shared earlier, and Mindy has really been this drive for 5. And I thought about it. If we can, I want to give you a high five. I really want to give you a hug, but I'll give you a high five on the screen. And I would challenge everyone else, get your 5, give a high five. And what that is I would challenge you in 2023 and 2024 to put $5 in your command for every transaction to go to KW Cares. And as I stated in the beginning, you look at those big numbers, you know, as we're approaching 700,000 for KW Cares, that seems like a big number, but Gary always talks about chunk it down. And that's why if we can just all give $5, we'd be able to make up that deficit together. So we're pretty excited. And you saw Mark King on that video too. We'll have him later today, which is pretty exciting. But again, that's why we're doing it. And you know what? And a lot of people don't realize this. So I grew up in Miami, Florida, and there was a lot of hurricanes. I thought everyone had hurricanes. Hurricane season goes until November 30th. So let that set in. So hopefully no more come, but just be aware of that. Let's go ahead and raise some funds for our great people. Well, now we're going to transition to Michael Ward, and we're pretty excited about that. If you guys have not met him yet, I've had the blessing to call him a great friend, but he's going to bring it. And he is our director of Teamerage and Keller Williams. And that is our future, and we're pretty excited. So let's transition to Michael Ward.
Hello, everybody out there in the KW Cares community. My name is Michael Ward. I am the director of Teamerage here at Keller Williams, and I am so grateful and thankful for you allowing me to be a part of this KW Cares Multiply Your Business event. You know, there's so many incredible names on this list of contributors. I just feel like I am in a league of multiple leaders that I'm so grateful to be here. So, you know, please donate to KW Cares. Help us to raise funds to support those in our KW family who need it when they need it. We're coming upon disaster season. We're coming upon such a crazy time towards the end of our year. And it's so incredible that we do this as a family, as a community, and every little bit that you guys contribute helps to donate for that. Today, I am going to be donating my time to be able to go over Teamerage with you. Teamerage is one of the most hottest talked about topics here at Keller Williams. I'm so grateful. It is my honor and my honor of my career has been taking on this role. It has been a huge honor, and I am so excited to be able to share with you how to get your Teamerage started in your market center. Now, I'm going to go over something that we call the 5 levels of Teamerage. I only have 10 minutes to do that. So what I'm actually going to do is cover the first 3 of the 5 levels, because we believe as leaders here that if you get to level 3 and do it exceptionally well, you can actually build $1 million Teamerage in your market center. So I'm going to cover the first 3 levels. And then what I'm going to do, I am going to donate my Calendly link so that you can book a one-on-one time with me, multiple sessions, so that we can go over and not only build this, but continue to watch it to grow. So if you need anything after you watch this, you will have my Calendly link. You can book time with me personally, and I will give you my cell number right now. My number is 512-839-3445. You can call and text me into anything you need if you have any questions after you watch this. Here we go. First things first, I am going to have to change my background to a normal filter because if I don't, then you're not going to be able to see this presentation. So let me just change my background filter here. Okay. Now, as you see, I am actually not in the KW Cares facility. I'm in my office with my beautiful whiteboard, and here's how we're going to do this. I'm going to draw 3 of the 5 levels right now. We're going to move you closer so you can consume this at the highest level. This is high production facility and quality content, people, so be ready for it. All right. When we talk about the 5 levels of Teamerage, we have 3 of them that we'll cover right now. They are very simple, and we drafted these intentionally to be simple because Teamerage is no more complex or complicated than having 1 leader, 1 lead source, and 1 agent to get these deals done. First things first, we're going to do, we are going to get a lead that closes. All right. No more complicated than that. When we look at the first step, find a lead source. What does a lead source look like? I like Facebook ads in command. All right. We're seeing them to be some of the highest producing ROI leads that are out there. It's in an ecosystem that we like and love. Let's use that command system and drive Facebook leads into a database that we can then hand off to an agent. I also like campaigns. I think they're incredible ways for us to generate leads as a lead source. When I mean campaigns, I'm talking about things like our good friend and KW Cares board member, Michael Dooley, did this incredible campaign where he asked if anybody would like to throw out the first pitch of an Arkansas Razorbacks college baseball game. He got 4,000 people that said yes, they would like to do that. And one of the qualifying questions he had is, are you interested to buy or sell your home in the next 6 to 12 months? 4,000 people now go into his database to be worked by his Teamerage. So campaigns are really great. I like life events. Okay, life events are a great way to begin to build a database, right? Diamonds, diapers, divorce, death, all the D's you can think of are great life events that you should try and lean into to build the database and build a lead source. I also like leadership database. Our good friend Marty Miller here in Texas got together with their leadership team, and they all committed their database to the Market Center database. Now they have amassed over 21,000 leads in their database in 30 days that they now can work as a Market Center and hand off to their Teamerage to collect a success fee and a 50-50 split. I also think that reverse bolds are incredible ways to add a lead source. If you don't know what a reverse bold is, you should get with Jen Davis on that. But a reverse bold is essentially like a pie as an example, the pie campaign. Connect with your database and say, we are now going to be ordering pies for Thanksgiving. If you're interested to grab a pie from us, please reach out to us and we'd love to have a conversation with you. Great ways to have people raise their hands and approach you as a way to connect with your database. Reverse bolds are a great way to start a lead source. These are all great things that you can do to build out a lead source for your Teamerage as you start. Number 2, and I'm going to find a felt that works. This one is trash. We should KW Cares our way to better markers. All right, number 2, there we go. We're going to find who is in charge. All right, when we talk about who is in charge, I have seen MCTTs, MCAs, I have seen assistant TLs, I have seen I've seen PC coaches. I have seen mega agents, top agents looking to make career choices that are different. I've seen all of these as candidates. So what I challenge you to do, Keeping in mind those categories of people, now write down 5 names of leaders in your market center, KPA, every single one of them. And if you want to go as deep as go through the CV process with them and turn them into leaders for your Teamerage, okay? You need a leader that is going to be treating this like a business. It's just like a startup. So you need to have that leader become the leader of your startup with you, someone that's driven, has a growth mindset, isn't afraid to take risks, and is a great coach. All good candidates for leaders for your Teamerage. Number 3, identify one agent, and it does not need to be more complex than that. Write down the name of 10 agents in your market center, KPA, every single one of them, and select from there, all right? The goal here, identify one agent that aligns with that one leader and knows that they are going to be changing the trajectory of their career, and that leader is going to be bringing them prosperity. Their job as a leader, grab those leads from that lead source, hand them off to that agent, and coach that agent, MREA, at the highest level to become the mega agent of the future. Make no mistake, I have met with over 160 Teamerages now, and there is no silver bullet. They are coaching MREA at a high level consistently to all of the agents in their Teamerage, and it's changing the lives of their market center and changing the lives of those Teamerage agents. That is as straightforward as it gets, and I'm dropping my books. You can start your Teamerage simply like this. Do not make it more complex. One lead source, one lead, or one agent, and one leader. That's all you need to get started with your Teamerage. Let me check my time. I have no idea how long we've been running, but that's okay. Number 2, we are going to be talking about building a brand and a database. Step 1. What is our identity? When I talk about your identity, I'm not talking about your logo. Your logo is an image. Your identity or your brand is who are we and why are we here? Establishing an identity of high achievement, high productivity, high execution, high outcome. All of these things are what we're looking for when we think about a Teamerage. So what is your identity as a Teamerage? I'm basically outlining that as your Teamerage, this is what you expect when you show up and commit to me. I am going to be asking you to do script practice, buyer presentations, listing presentations. You will be getting to the 201 Club if you are not a part of the 201 Club, which, side note, everyone in your Teamerage should be a part of the 201 Club. End of story. If they're not there, get them there. Additionally, everyone that you add to your Teamerage should have to go through Bold. When we've got agents across the United States that are selling an average or doing an average of 4 homes, 4 transactions annually, and the average Bold agent is getting 11 transactions in 7 weeks, which agent do you want showing up to your doorstep as a Teamerage? Put your agents through Bold, have them be part of the 201 Club. That is your identity. That is what you're looking for, all right? Second thing is a part of building out your brand is establish a 12-month coaching calendar. One thing to have these agents show up, but this is how we bring more value. The value you bring will match this split that you ask for. And if you're asking for a 50-50 split, you better bring the value associated with that split, okay? Building a brand. These are what you're focusing on. Number 2, building a database. Okay, when we talk about building out a database, we have those we have met and those we haven't met yet. All right, when we talk about things like Facebook ads in command, we're going to do that and say we have 375 that show up and 25 of them turn into appointments. Let's say we approach a retired agent to commit their database to us. That database brings 150 people and 25 turn into opportunities. Let's say we find a divorce lawyer that commits 350 people to us and 50 turn into appointments. What we're doing here is we keep doing these types of events and activities to build this database. We're building out the Millionaire Real Estate Agent database of the future, but for our Teamerage. So we're going to continue to work this database and grow this database with the activities that we expect in order to find a lead source, all right? As we build this out to become more robust, we're working it, everything's getting nurtured, it's going into smart plans, and what's happening is we're taking those leads and handing them to this one agent that we're coaching at a high level to get these deals or leads to completion, all right? That is what we're talking about with our database. Every time we build our database, we're taking control of the future of our market center because we're adding and growing a Millionaire Teamerage database. All right. Number 3, I like to point an arrow up. Here's what this is. This is simply, we're going to increase everything, which means we're going to increase our lead sources. All right. In that, we're also becoming a lead gen expert. We know everything about the tools that are out there. We know how they work and we know how they function. Okay. Whether it's CRMs, Facebook platforms, Google pay-per-click, whatever it is, we are now familiar with it at an exceptionally high level, right? And here's an important thing that includes in that. Learn your math. And what does that mean? You should be analyzing every lead source with these 4 criterias at the very least. Number 1, how much is it going to cost me to run this lead source? Number 2, what is the volume that I anticipate this lead source to provide me? Number 3, what is the time associated to get this lead source and these leads to close? And number 4, what is the conversion rate on every single one of these lead sources? All right. You should be looking at this and using this to gauge the profitability of your lead sources. Okay, use that as a barometer. You can go down any rabbit holes you want after that, but these should be the minimum that you expect when you analyze any lead source. If you don't have this math figured out to see if it will be a profitable lead source for you, then you need to reevaluate and re-educate yourself on these things. At this stage, we can add 3 agents. This is what the growth of your team looks like. And as we do that, we're going to increase our accountability and our execution. Okay, we've now increased our team. Our leadership is going to be increasing their accountability and execution, and our agents are going to be increasing their accountability and execution to the Teamerage. Here is the most crucial thing. As your conversion rates hold, you can add more agents. And don't do it before. I get it. It can get exciting when you run your Teamerage and you start to see conversions happen. And I get that it can be very intoxicating, but do not let the mystique of closing deals confuse you that you should be running an efficient team focused on profitability and not a massive team that cannot produce. In the books like The Dichotomy of Leadership and Extreme Ownership, they talk about that even the best leaders in the world can only manage 6 to 8 people, and that's in the military at a very high level. So don't try to overwhelm your leader who's committed themselves to the process with multiple agents that you have no insights into if they can actually convert. You have no tracking or capability and structure that's been proven to show a success, okay? Use this conversion rate, the conversion rates you expect within your market center that equal high achievement. Use those as the barometer for if you add any more agents, because if you have 4 agents getting 20 deals each, you're better to work on those 4 agents than to try to get 15 agents to get 20 deals total. And what happens is these 4 agents show for 3 to 6 months that they can convert at a high level, and that conversion rate holds for those 3 to 6 months or increases. That tells me as a leader, my agents are getting it and they're becoming more independent. And that generally means that frees up more bandwidth or time for your leadership so that they can then commit to adding new agents. So let the conversion rate be the barometer of your Teamerage agent growth. And that is Teamerage. And that is my contribution to the KW Cares ecosystem this year. I'm so grateful for everything that KW Cares does. I think this is an incredible organization. It's a major reason why I'm here now. I am so grateful to be a part of Keller Williams and to be a part of this opportunity. And I'm grateful for everyone that's going to be donating money tonight for all the good that it can do. I'm so grateful for you guys. Have a great night. Have a great event. Thank you so much for joining us and being a part of my talk. Thank you.
Hey everyone, this is Jen Davis, Vice President of MAPS coaching, and I'm so excited to be with you all today and get to share. So number one, thank you for being here. Number two, please donate to KW Cares. We're really excited to get to help all of our associate partners. So today I want to talk to you about how do we keep leaders in our organization? How do we make sure that those leaders feel valued, feel cared for, and decide that they want to stay and grow their business within our world? So the first thing we always want to do is we want to make sure that we've got clear and consistent communication with them. That sounds like at the end of every meeting saying, okay, so what part of this are you going to own? What part of this project am I going to own? And by when can I expect it? We want to make sure that everybody hears the same thing in a meeting, right? We all walk into a meeting with potentially a different, maybe we've had a different morning or we've got a different perspective on the topic we're talking about. So we want to make sure that it's clear, it's consistent, and that we're buttoning up that conversation at the end of every meeting. The next thing we want to do is we want to make sure that we've got a regular cadence for just regular check-ins. So in addition to those meetings that pop up that we're looking at making decisions or talking about new ideas, that we've also got just a regular standing meeting to talk about the business as a whole. That looks like a 411. And a 411, we're going to meet and we're going to talk about where we're at, right? What was the goal? Where are we at? You know, what's the reality of where we're at? What's getting in our way, and how do we take our next steps to move forward? So we want to have that, I would suggest, no less than once a week, so that we can make sure that we're consistently moving the business forward, and so that those leaders get face time with us. They have the ability to communicate with us. They have the ability to ask us questions, and we also get to test out their thought processes. What decisions did they make during the week? Would we have made the same ones? If not, it's a really great coaching opportunity to talk to them about, hey, did you think about it this way, right? Would you, looking back, is there anything that you would have done different? What it does is it gives us a chance to pour into our leaders and make sure that we're leading by example and having great conversations with them so that we're developing them as we're being developed by our coaches or our mentors. We also want to make sure that once a year that we're meeting with these leaders and doing their motivational interview from Career Visioning. We want to look at it and talk to them about what motivates them. Is it different than it was a year ago? One of the number one things that I can tell you is that every time I do this with one of the leaders in any organization that I'm working in, is that it does change. It's not the same year to year. And I'm listening for those keywords. What is it that is important to them? Is it time? Is it money? Is it recognition? Is it the opportunity to lead others? I want to really dive in because as people evolve, their motivation changes. Our leaders are important to us. And if they don't feel seen or heard and we don't understand what drives them, it's really hard to tap into their motivation. And it's hard to get them to really want to help the business move forward. So making sure that we're doing that motivational interview once a year. I like to save those all in the same spot so that I can look at it year after year as I meet with leaders in our organization to see what changed, what adjustments did we make? Are we actually making progress on some of the goals that they had 12 months ago? It's the number one thing that I've done with anybody that's been in our organization long term. So we've got people that have been with us for 6 years, 7 years, 8 years. And the key to that is making sure that as they evolve, so do we, and so do the conversations that we're having. That gives us the opportunity to really lean into what's important to them. What are their values? What are their goals? That could be professionally, that could be personally. It's our opportunity, though, to really get to know them and to dive in and make sure that we're all in alignment. When we've had great leaders leave our organization, it's always been because somehow the alignment changed and we didn't recognize it if we didn't do that motivational interview. The number one thing that we've got the benefit of really doing with our leaders is evolving with them. Gary Keller often talks about creating a world big enough for leaders to thrive within. How can we create a world big enough for them if we don't know what motivates them? And so that's the number one thing that I can say is been helpful to our retention rates and to making sure that we're growing those leaders. The last thing that I want to make sure that we cover today is long-term, where are they going to go? Where do they want to go? How can we be a conduit to that? One of my favorite things about leading others is getting to be the connector between where they're at and where they want to go. And that looks like investing in their education, investing in their coaching, investing in their training, and investing in them personally. How do we spend time and pour into our leaders so that they know they're valued? And whether that's part of our team or part of our organization, or if they want their next opportunity, how can I connect them to that? Because guess what? When people leave well and we help them to their next opportunity, they don't really leave, right? They've still made an impact on the organization. We still get to watch them grow. And we had some help along their way. And so the number one thing I want to encourage all of you to do today is lean into those leaders, schedule that motivational interview, make sure that you're meeting with them on a weekly basis, and make sure that at the end of every meeting, you're saying, here's what happens next. Here's what I'm going to do. Here's what you're going to do. And by this date is when we would expect to be able to take the next step forward. So I hope so much that this was helpful. Super excited to get to connect with all of you soon. Have an awesome day.
A big thank you to both Jenna and Michael. That was amazing content and a great way to kick off. But I am so selfishly excited to introduce you to our next speaker. Baby Kelly, way back in the day, was a team leader. And my OP said to me, he said, I'd love you to talk to a talented team leader, a guy with all kinds of KW experience. And he's an agent in our office. And I was like, great, who is that? He's like, his name's Jason Abrams. I'm like, cool, who's this Jason guy? And we sit down and we leave the meeting and I have no notes because you know Jason, he's so annoyingly perfect and captivating in how he communicates with people that I left it being like, we're gonna have to like redo a lot of this. And I'm excited to bring him up. So Jason, you're gonna hang in with us? Can we bring Jason Abrams up onto our digital main stage? There he is. Look at that handsome face.
The Hendo Show. Kelly, how are you? Thank you for hosting this. And thank you everyone that joined us. Kelly, how does it work from here? Can I just start talking?
That is kind of the intention.
Perfect. All right, cool. So I have the chat open. Feel free to communicate with me because this is live. And I always, whenever I do KW Care stuff, I'm taken to this other place. And it's this place that allows me to think with my heart instead of with my head. And I love it. And anytime I get ready for it, I get all pumped up. You ever be like in a locker room before a game and you're like, I'm going to listen to DMX. Well, I just read Mo Anderson. That's what works for me. And so listen to what she says. And if you haven't read A Joy-Filled Life, by the way, I read it almost on a quarterly basis. Just listen to this for a minute. It says, I realize now, it isn't always about your certification or your credentials. It's more about having the ability and the passion to do something and the confidence to do it well. These qualities can be just as important or even more important than a professional certification or some piece of paper that says you took some class. Ability, passion, and confidence. That's so good, I'm saying it again. Ability, passion, and confidence are what help you discover your true voice and sing your unique song for the world. I mean to tell you, I don't even know. I read that and I feel it. See, there's a difference between hearing things and reading things and feeling things. So if you're wondering why it's possible to go to some seminar or some class and hear great content but have no change in your life, it's because you didn't feel it. And so put your notebooks aside for a second and get off the Insta Twitters. And if you're on your phone, just give me just 5 minutes of your life because I want you to feel this instead of hear it. And here's what I want you to feel. I want you to feel an innate moment of sadness for a second with me. And I get it. It's going to get dark as 1,000 midnights in here, but just go with me on this. We did a poll. where we asked all of our real estate agents, and we do these all the time. We said, what is it that you want to learn? What's the one thing you want to learn? This is as we were getting ready for Mega Camp. And the number one thing that people chose, they said, we want to learn about lead gen. I love that. We then sent the same survey to leadership. And what leadership said back to us was, how do we handle agent burnout? And those things couldn't have felt more different than me. Leadership on one side says, how do we handle agent burnout? And agent said, Jason, how do we do more lead generation? And I said, well, what if we put those two thoughts together? What would I get? And here's what I came to. If you don't like the way you generate leads, you're going to experience burnout. And by the way, we could be talking about anything in life. You see, the fact of the matter is burnout happens when you don't enjoy the activities that you're taking. You see, if I knew that I had to wake up tomorrow and do a whole host of things that I don't like, I might feel burnt out by the end of the day. But I will guarantee you this, I would absolutely feel burnt out by the end of the month. And I might be burnt out to the point of actually doing something else completely different by the end of the year. You think it's any different with personal relationships? I'll give you an example. If someone does something that you don't like, you might look past it. But if they do it long enough, you might get burnt out on it. And so this idea of burnout is an important one. And so I went on a quest to solve burnout. And it turns out you already all know the answers. You see, burnout happens when you do things you don't like. So the secret to not being burnt out is to do more things you enjoy. If your focusing question every day is, how do I get up and force myself to do more things I don't like, then I think you've asked a stupid question. There's actually places that'll make you do things you don't like all day long. They're called prisons. And you can do stuff you don't like from the minute you wake up to the minute you go to sleep. That's not what this thing of ours is. And it's certainly not what this divine experience called life is supposed to be. You see, we all have been given this unique gift. We've all been given a divine soul. And I would submit to you that within this divine soul is all of the knowledge and wisdom that you'll ever need. So how do you tap into it? Well, the way that you tap into it directly is through joy and through happiness. You see, souls like joy and souls like happiness. And the way that you get to those things is you do more of the things that you enjoy. Now, if all you could do was wake up and do things you love, let me just tell you, you might not make a living. But if you woke up every day and did things you loved in a purposeful way, friends, you would not just make a living. You'd make enough money to change even more lives. And I watch you change lives at scale all of the time. So what are the examples of this? Well, after going through Mega Camp, my epiphany is this. The people that are happiest with their lives are the ones that have set up their lead gen around the stuff they love. And I will give you some examples. I want to start with Jim Fagan. Jim Fagan is a buddy of mine. And if you talk to this dude, he will tell you, I love having house parties. I just love having people over to my house. By the way, I don't. That sounds like the seventh circle of hell to me. I don't know if you can say hell on a KW Cares thing, but if you can, that's what mine would be. I don't have anyone in my house. I use up all my words at work. So by the time I get home, I got the blinds drawn. But this dude, he wants to have people over. So you know what he does for lead gen? Once a quarter, he throws an absolute banger of a party in his front lawn. And half the lawn gets set up for kids, and there's like popsicle stands and professional babysitters that he hires and bounce houses and scary, creepy clowns that no one likes, but you still feel obligated to have them at a kid's event, and cotton candy and all the things. And on the other side of the lawn, he's got white linen tablecloths, napkins set up, and the people can have a great meal, and parents can watch their kids lose their minds on the other side, and parents sit there for hours and get served while their kids have a party. And I got to tell you, that's genius. He does that in his neighborhood, and he gets hundreds of people to come hang out on his front lawn. And it's so effective that the HOA asked him to stop. They said, you got to stop doing it. And he said, well, why? And they said, well, because no one's coming to the HOA events anymore. And so he did that realtor thing. Now he has 2 of them a quarter. That guy is doing what he loves. I talked to a gentleman who loves door knocking. You saw him on stage. All he wants to do is wake up and go door knocking, which, by the way, I wouldn't enjoy either, but he loves it. You know why he loves it? Because he gets to walk 6,000 to 10,000 steps every day that he does it. He door knocks from 10 o'clock to 1 o'clock, and he calls that lead generation in an area of 16,000 houses. And that's all he does. He works 135 days a year and spends the rest of the year traveling around the globe. I know this because when I called him, he said, I'm in Lake Como right now. I'm getting terrible reception. By the way, that's in Italy. But do you mind if I call you back? I said, sure. Called me 2 days later. I said, hey, he said, I got better service. I'm in Switzerland. I said, dude, why don't you just call me when you get back to the office? And do you know what he said? He said, Jason, that's one of my 135 work days. I can't waste it talking to you. That's never happened to me before, but that's how purposeful he is about the things that he needs to do so he can spend the rest of the time out there in the world living his life. He says that he plans his work time around his play time and not the other way around. By the way, he's 76 years old. He laid out for me his 10-year plan. I finally leveled with him and said, look, dude, I don't know if anyone's explained to you how life works, but at 76, it's risky to make 10-year plans. He said, I have a 20-year plan, but I don't want to overwhelm you, kid. That absolutely blew my brains apart. I met a woman, and she didn't make the stage, but this woman is a genius. Here's her thing. She was with KW at the time that I met her for 12 years. And during that 12 years, she's had struggles with her weight. And I said, well, what was your struggle? And she said, I have too much of it. Fair. I said, okay, so what happened? She said, I tried every diet. Jason, I tried them all from the Thigh Master on up. I said, okay, that's not a diet, but I'm with you. Yes. And then what? And she said, well, here's the problem. Nothing worked. And I said, well, what'd you do? She said, I decided that the model for me to lose weight was that I was going to have to move more and eat less calories. I said, I totally get this. What happened? She said, I couldn't do it. I said, why not? And she said, because for me, those things are really difficult. I said, well, how'd you solve it? And she said, I hired a MAPS coach. And I said, I didn't think that we coached to weight loss. And she said, no, that's not what I meant. I hired a MAPS coach who made a simple question change my life. I said, what was the question? She said, the question was, how are you going to get the rest of the world to conspire to help you do what you need to do? No one had ever asked her that before. That's what great coaches do. They hit you in the nose with a question. You know what she did? She sent out a postcard to everybody in her neighborhood. And you know what it said? It said, I'm going to walk every day at 6:30 a.m. And if you want to walk with me, meet me in the park. 7 days a week. That's what it said. You know what, friends? On a slow day, she gets 15 to 20 people that show up and walk with her. I said, my gosh, that's a slow day. What's a busy day? And she said, I'll get anywhere from 30 to 40 people. And I said, well, what's the difference between a slow day and a busy day? And she said, they bring their idiot husbands, which is funny in its own right because she said it so quickly. But do you realize the power? I said, well, wait a minute. What happened to your business? And she said, well, forget my business for a minute. I've never been in better shape. I've never loved my body more than I love it now. And I've never felt better about myself. I said, I love that. Now I'm kind of a capitalist. So what happened to your business? She said, I don't do any lead gen. And I said, well, what do you mean? And she said, I discovered that if you can become the best part of somebody's week, if you can become the change agent in somebody's life, you never have to look for a referral again. Friends, she has a 40% market share in her neighborhood. She's a genius. I said, this is incredible to me. What was your aha from all this? And she looked and she said, you know, it turns out I wasn't strong enough to walk for myself, but I am strong enough to walk for everybody else. Oh, and I mean to tell you, like I felt it when she said it. I'm feeling it. Oh man, I'm feeling it right now just thinking about the way that she said it, and I'm charged up. But she's so right. I mean, look, she turned walking into lead generation. Jim threw keggers into lead generation. There's nothing that isn't lead generation, as long as you consider lead generation simply to be another form to love people. You see, whenever I'm asked, how do you avoid burnout? I'm caught saying the same thing. You stop doing the things you don't like. Now, that doesn't mean that the result doesn't have to show up. What it does mean is if you've constructed boxes in your life that are forcing you to do things you don't like in order to get a result that you think you're going to enjoy, you've constructed a life that's not worth living. And that's not who we are. And that's who they are. That's not who we are. There's no myopic way to make it in this business. There's an unlimited number of ways to make it in this business. That's the entire experiment of the MREA playbook that we wrote. They all are having wild success, and they're doing it their own way, their own unique voice, singing their own unique song to the world, just as Mo Anderson taught us all those many years ago. That's why selling real estate, and in a minute, it's going to border on preachy, so bear with me, but it's as much of a holy calling as anything else. Because the houses that people live in, that's the backdrop of their lives. The kitchens they cry in are the same kitchens they smile in. It's the same place their kids grow up. It's where tragedy happens. It's the stage. That's why when she goes on to say in her book, and this is so good, she goes on to say, let me see if I can find it here. She says, it wasn't until we were both 73. Now, she's not talking about me and her, but it was her and her husband, but bear with me. It wasn't until we were both 73 that we moved into our dream home. On May 3rd, 2010, listen to this. We call it Stone Mill. I'll tell you more about the struggles we lived through to see it become a reality in a later chapter. But let me tell you, it was all worth it. It's more than a house. It's a resting place, a safe harbor, a place of beauty and peace, a sermon in stone that moves everyone who steps inside. Friends, I'm going to leave you with this idea. They don't write books like that about air conditioners. They damn well don't write them about roofs. Heck, they don't even write them about engagement rings. The thing that you purvey is as much of a part of the American dream and the world psyche as anything else. That's why when I quote the book, A Joy-Filled Life, written by Mo Anderson, I don't do it to give you something to hear. I do it to give you something to feel. Friends, here's my hope for you. Simply being here is a gift that you've given the world. Please go find your unique song and your unique voice. Break out of the shackles that the world has conspired to put you in, and go forth and change it for the better, because that is the true mission of Keller Williams. We just happen to do it by selling houses.
And I knew I was going to love it. I laughed. I cried a little bit, if we're being honest. It was amazing. Mike, tell us, what's the takeaway you had?
Well, you know what? I love that he got Mo's book. How smart is he, right? He's much smarter than me, you know? But I'll just tell you, what a great leader. And I know we're going to see her later today. What an inspiration she is. So I love how passionate he is too. And, you know, one thing I tell our agents here in Northwest Arkansas all the time, and they're with me and they're hanging out, is do what you love. And I think have joy, because we always talk about that lead generation and people always go, you see their faces, you know, drop down, and it's kind of that moment, that Charlie Brown moment. But kind of what Jason said, have joy and love what you're doing.
Thanks for everybody. See you guys. Thanks for being here.
Thanks, Jason. Mike, where are we at? What are our numbers right now?
You know me, I'm a great sales guy too, and I always want to round up, but our team told us we're just under 160, even though I want to say 160. So we really need your guys' help. Keep pushing. Remember, the goal for today is 350,000. As you know, we talked about in the beginning of the show, November 30th is up until hurricane season. So we need your help to help our associates. What do you think too? What did we say we were behind year to date?
$250,000, $250,000.
What else we got going on today? We got some good stuff, don't we? We got some great speakers still coming up. If your energy is not hype right now and you're not getting value, let me tell you, whatever. This is usually $5,000 and we're giving it to you for $25,000. But I know we were going to tell them a little bit about the VIP package, right?
Yeah. Mike, tell them about the VIP package.
Well, I know it says on our notes, don't you love this? We're live if you guys didn't know, right? But they said, obviously, too, if either Jason was shorter or not shorter, and he was a great amount of time. But I'll tell you, I'll give you one snippet for the VIP package. You get some amazing coaching, and I'm looking at my notes, and it says on here, are you in the room? And tell us in the chat, if you're in the chat and you want to do $100 million on your real estate business, and then within 5 years, well, that's going to be part of the VIP package. Play by play and how to do that. How does that sound like to your agents in the room?
Pretty nice. Literally for a second, I was just a participant and I was listening. I was like, that sounds, oh, he's talking to me. Yeah, that sounds, yes. Well, and it's funny, for those who don't know, leading the 2 coaching sessions that Mike is gushing on right now are Mike and myself. So when he says they're really great, he is referring to himself. I would like to point that out, but they will be great classes and we're excited. So for $75 or $74.99, you guys can go onto the link that we're going to drop in the chat. And you'll be able to use the promo code upgrade to upgrade your $25 ticket today to that VIP ticket we were selling for $99. And by upgrading, you'll have the opportunity to engage in one of those coaching chats, calls next week and all kinds of good stuff. But what we'd love to do as you're considering that is we want to show you what your money does. Right. So we've talked about, there's really 2 main umbrellas to KW Cares, and that's our emergency grants and our life altering grants. And life altering grants are what I was talking about earlier with my mom, stuff that shows up in real life that we're not prepared for, or that even if we are prepared for it, we need the mental energy to expend to our situation and not to the financial BS that comes with it. So let's hear from one of our own family members, the classics, on their situation and how KW Cares affected them.
I'm Aaron Classic. I've been with Keller Williams Complete Realty since March of 2022. I have 2 small children. My youngest just turned 2 on the 10th of March, and my oldest will turn 4 in May. In August of 2022, my wife had felt a lump on her chest.
I could tell the moment the ultrasound tech came in. Like, it still makes me really emotional because she was just clicking and clicking and clicking and clicking. And she's like, I'll be right back. And I'm like, okay. And at that point, I just knew. We called my chemo, which really helped my big medicine. So we always said, like, oh, mommy has to have her big medicine today. I am tired for the weekend. But then we always had something planned for them. Like, Aaron would be home with me and they would either go to like my dad's house or my mom would come over. So they were always distracted and not like wondering like where I was.
Because of this, obviously, I was unable to do any type of lead generation or, I did the odd lease deal here and there, but I wasn't able to do very much at all. They approved me for the max sum that you can be given, which it was a massive relief, at least 6, 7, 8 months worth of not having to worry about how I'm going to pay my bills or my mortgage and keep a roof over my kids' heads. God forbid somebody ever has to go through a thing like that. I know it didn't happen to me, but it affects me directly. So a thing like that, they should absolutely reach out because there's a good team of people there that will help you and don't want to see you go homeless.
right, everyone, thanks for joining us today. We're going to be talking about how to buy real estate with none of your own money. Now, believe it or not, for something that we do a lot of, we don't always end up buying real estate for ourselves. And so this is one of the great wealth determiners and how to make money for yourself. Now, have you ever wondered why the rich get richer and the poor get poorer? And a really big part of that answer is financial literacy. And so the gap between the middle class and the 1%ers is now bigger than it's ever been. And it's starting to actually become quite alarming. Now, 78% of low-income urban families are unable to put away money for retirement, healthcare, or even a basic emergency fund. And so the quick numbers, the way it looks, 57% of people fail to pass the S&P Global Financial Literacy Survey on basic financial concepts. 14% have investments other than a basic savings account, and 86% would need to borrow funds or take out a loan just to get health care at this time. And so we need to start thinking about passive ways and growing our wealth and some ways to make your money work for you. Now, keep in mind, it does not sleep, get tired, or go on vacation when you create investments and create passive wealth. So you're probably wondering right now, how do I get started? And so many people are interested in investing in real estate, but don't necessarily have the capital to get going. Now, there are many ways that you can get in, but one of the favorite ways is using other people's money. And so over the next few minutes, we're going to dive into this a little bit and giving you some tips and tricks on the strategies on how you can leverage other people's money. Now, you'll see this get called OPM in a lot of forums and a lot of places of that. And OPM really just stands for other people's money. Now, it refers to using funds that you can use in real estate that doesn't come from your pocket or your bank account. Now, this can include things like borrowing funds from family, partnering with investors on joint ventures, with friends as well, or using creative financial strategies like hard money lending in order to buy your properties. Now, what are the benefits of using other people's money? Now, the first one is going to be your leverage. Now, outside of having to use your own money, you're going to have access to more capital, thereby allowing you to grow your real estate portfolio. In addition to that, you may also be able to take on larger projects and potentially build a higher return in for yourself when it's not your funds that are being used. Now, the second reason that you might want to look at an OPM is diversity. Now, you're going to be able to reduce your risk. It's one of the great benefits of using other people's money, as well as by partnering with other investors and using some of those creative financial strategies, you can effectively spread out your capital amongst multiple projects and bigger projects, thereby building that portfolio faster and more effectively. Now, that diversity piece, obviously, we talked about passive income and passive wealth and being able to create cash flow for yourself. Now, before you go down that avenue, when you start to look for finding other investors, you want to make sure that you are vetting them. You don't just want to jump into this and anyone that has money is somebody that you want to partner with. You want to make sure that they're there for you and that you're in alignment on the strategy in which you're going to be using to invest going forward. Now, one of those ways that you can help find some of those people include networking, going to those meetups, those events that you see out there, and connecting and chatting with other investors. You can also leverage your social media, putting ads out there, sharing your story, sharing your journey. You know, just the other day, I had someone message me on Instagram and say, hey, I know you're an investor. I have a great project coming up. Would you like to be my hard money lender on this project so we can go ahead and acquire this multifamily building? That's just a simple example of how you can find other investors that are willing to partner with you. And so you're probably wondering, why would they partner with me? Why would they give me access to their capital? And one of the things that you're missing is you're trading time for that money. So in that joint venture, you're probably going to have to put up some skin in the game as far as your human capital, which means that you're going to do the heavy lifting. Maybe you're going to find the project, you're going to coordinate with the renovators and make sure that the project gets dealt with while the other person just gets to put up the money. But again, you didn't have any skin in the game per se outside of just you. And this could be a great way to get started before you have the funds in order to do that. Now, we talk about some of those creative financial strategies. And so hard money lending is one of the best ways that you can get down this path without having to put your own money up. Now, yes, you're going to hear people say, well, the interest rates are going to be really high and things of that nature. But what it's going to allow you to do is you're going to be able to get qualified on the project as opposed to getting qualified on you personally. And a lot of times with hard money loans, they're not necessarily pulling your credit or doing some of the conventional ways that lenders go about qualifying you, and you have a greater opportunity at getting those funds. Now, I've had people say to me, well, why would you use hard money lending when interest rates are also going up and it might just be harder to qualify? A simple example is you might just want to use the hard money for the down payment portion of it and then use conventional financing for the rest. Or you might fund an entire flip using that creative financing method where none of your money is in it. You borrow the renovation money as well as the money to secure the home. And then on the flip side, you're then seeing all the profits without having to dip into your personal savings or your bank account. Now, we've seen a lot of investors that we work with use this strategy to get started. They'll build up a nest egg. So now they're using all of their own money as opposed to going back and using other people's money. But that's just one simple example of a creative financial strategy that you could use. Another one was you might be able to use a seller funded property. So the seller acts as the lender for you and steps in. And that's another great way in which you can use what's called a VTB or seller financing in order to fund the project. So as an example, you could be looking at a multifamily property that's got great cash flow. And rather than have to put your money up for the down payment, that seller might actually hold the down payment for you. So then all you're going and doing is getting the conventional loan in order to secure the rest of the property. You're going to pay an interest rate on this like anything else, but again, the qualifications are a lot easier. And this is another great strategy in which you can act quickly, leverage the seller already owning the property, already having equity in the property. It's also going to present some really great tax benefits for the seller as well, so that they're not getting hit with all the capital gains taxes right away. They're able to leave some money in the property and be in partner with you as well. So these are some easy, simple ways in which you can get your real estate career started on the investment side if that's something that you're interested in. Obviously, don't just jump in, do the research, attend some seminars, and continue to learn more about this. But this is just a simple overview of how you can get started with none of your own money right now. And it's a powerful way to grow your real estate portfolio. And like I mentioned, take on bigger projects and do more with less. You can also diversify those investments, reduce your risk, and potentially earn higher returns because you have no capital in it. However, like I mentioned, it's important to vet your partners and ensure that you have a solid partnership agreement in place. Go to the lawyer, seek that out, and whatever financing arrangements that you put in place before moving forward, make sure that they are ironclad and protect you and the other side as well. Now, with careful planning and execution, investing with other people's money can be one of the greatest strategies out there to help you move fast, build a really big portfolio, and create wealth for yourself and your family. Thank you for taking the time to listen to this. Obviously, please feel free to reach out if you have any other questions. Just giving you a really interesting and quick way in order to get in and investing in real estate. And if you have any other questions, please dig into KW Wealth and some of the other resources that are out here. There's a ton of great ways to invest in real estate, and we look forward to hearing about what you're going to do next.
Hi, I'm Lorraine Jordan, and today I'm going to talk to you about how every agent can do 100 transactions a year, like me. I was recently at an investment seminar. It was a multi-family investment seminar, and there were about 300-400 people there. And as I wandered around and walked through the audience and got talking to people, I was surprised to find out that a lot of the people there had only been in the country like 6 months, 8 months, most less than a year. This word kept coming up over and over again. The word was opportunity. They just saw so much opportunity. And I started thinking, wow, like how did this happen? How did I kind of take for granted the opportunity that real estate offers us? Sure, real estate investing, but even in real estate sales, we have an incredible opportunity to make really incredible income. And then we have an opportunity to invest it to continue to create an incredible income for our future. So, have you lost track of your goals? Do you know what you really want and why you want them? They say there's 2 reasons why we don't succeed at achieving our goals. One is because we haven't declared what it is that we want. And 2, I thought the answer was action, like you had to take action on them. But it's bigger than that. It has to be a must. Why must you achieve that goal? So, why do you want to do 100 transactions? Why are you watching this video? If you do 100 transactions, what's the outcome you're looking for? How will this impact your life, your family's life? And ultimately, what are you willing to do to achieve it? Today, I'm going to share my 5 to thrive, what I do or who I am, how I show up in order to do 100 transactions a year. 1, being solutions driven. Selling is not telling, selling is solving. What challenges or problems are they experiencing, and do you have not only a solution, but a great solution for them? The way you achieve this is by asking questions, kind of sometimes pointing out the obvious. You know, are you more concerned about the price or convenience? In one case, I remember walking up a driveway, and this was this beautiful luxury home, and I was surprised that there was no garage. So when I went in and I saw the business cards of all the top agents that had been there, I just started kind of having a conversation, real one-on-one with them. And I said, look, you know, obviously you've called all the top agents in, so I don't need to show you what we do to sell your property. In the end, you want to see what I'm going to do to get you the most money. Let me ask you this. Did you plan on building a garage? He kind of looked at me puzzled. He said, yes. And I said, and did you get a quote for that garage? He said, yeah, absolutely. It was going to cost about $200,000. And we started talking, and it didn't take me long for me to explain to him that he was going to be trying to match the house exactly, where you could build a simpler garage, and it could be larger, and it could be a lot less money than that. I had somebody that would have built that garage for $40,000. Now, not the same garage as he was doing, because he was making some improvements that were customized to him. But I solved the problem of this property not having a garage. And in the end, I got the listing, I sold the property, and I got more money because of it. So what are you doing different? Are you showing up with not just the solution, but a great solution? That's what it takes. 2, always on. Stay alert and search for opportunities to talk about real estate. I'm always on the hunt, looking for new opportunities. I'm not looking to sell a house. I'm looking to sell all of the houses. I go into Home Depot from time to time, and I'll walk down the aisles until I see somebody, and I'll wander down that aisle and I'll pick something up, and I'll be looking around, and I'll go over to them and I'll go, which one do you like better? And I'll show them a couple tiles and they'll pick, and, you know, I'll start up a conversation with them and just make it warm and friendly. And next thing you know, I'll say, so, it's just so weird, eh? You always fix something up before you sell it. It's an opening. I'm starting a conversation. I'm in there. How many people renovate before they actually sell? That happens a lot. I remember having a new agent on my team, and she hated real estate. And I'm saying, what? I don't understand. What do you hate? And she said, well, everywhere I go, people want to talk about real estate. I'm thinking, right? And she said, every house party, everywhere, every time I go to someone's house, they want to walk me around and find out how much their house is worth. She thought this was a problem, a hindrance. I'm like, oh my God, this is great. It's a gift. They bring it up to me, and I get to talk about what I sell and what I do and how I can help them. Always be on. 3, it's showtime. I don't go show houses. I'm going to sell a house. I don't go to listing appointments. I'm going to list a house. mindset matters. Then I show up. I show up on time. I show up ready. I'm prepared, and I give it 100%. Because when you give it 100%, it doesn't matter if you get the listing or not, because you know you gave it everything you have. And that's so important. So show up, have your paperwork ready, even if it means that, maybe it didn't get signed or you weren't sure you were going to get it. Practice makes perfect. Know what to say. The same objections come up over and over and over again. When you know what to say, your client's going to have more confidence in your abilities. And do your homework. Do you know the neighborhood? Do you even know what's happening? Do you know that the house down the street sold a year ago? They won't want to know what just happened. They're going to remember what happened in their neighborhood. And then have strong assets like these. If you want everybody to be on the same page, you need to have one page. We show people with this how the interest rates impact them. If $1 million house was this payment at 2% interest, with 5% interest, the same mortgage payment is a $750,000 house. And let that sit with them. Show them. When they can see it, it's different than telling them what's happening. If you can show them how prices have gone up over 30 years on this page, or this one, it shows you that over 30 years, from 1990 to 2020, house prices went up 90%. And then from 2020 to 2022, they went up 86%. And now, in 1 year, from February 2022 to February 2023, they've come back down 29%. That's going to help you have a conversation because it's factual. It's something they can see. Showtime. It's time to show up. 4, add value. You are not entitled to work with everyone you know. You need to earn that opportunity. Every day I wake up and I look for places that I can add value. I'm always teaching people how to buy their first home, downsize, build wealth. And when people ask me, how's work? What's happening in real estate? I often get into kind of like a little share, I'll go, oh, it's been kind of an interesting week. I mean, I've had people that, just had so much stuff and the daughter's trying to help and we had to, declutter and get the house ready for her and just walk them through that steps. And wow, we had another person that was falling behind in their payments and we managed to sell the house with, I know it sounds crazy, like a game show, but we had 4 hours left to sell their house or they were going to go power a sale on them. And that's just a crazy expense. And in the midst of all of that, I helped somebody that never thought they'd buy a house. Like, what an interesting week. And it's just showing them that I have solutions, that I have the answers. I recently had a client come in and I sold them the property probably 15, 20 years ago. And we got talking about her house and then all of a sudden she slid in that her brother was now in real estate. I thought, oh, she's going to give me the, I'm sorry, but now my brother. And she said, she goes, I already sat down with my brother and explained that we wouldn't have our house if it wasn't for you. Like nobody even wanted to talk to us then. And, you went above and beyond. You found somebody that, could help us with, we were a bit short on the down payment and you helped us with that closing cost part. And wow, like nobody wanted to help us being self-employed with the mortgage, but you found somebody. We're going to sell our house through you because if it wasn't for you, we wouldn't even have a house to sell. So when you earn someone's business, you also get to earn their referrals of their friends and family and coworkers. That's the kind of business you want to be doing. 5, deliver. There is so much information out there. Our clients need our professional guidance now more than ever. I recently taught QL, and I was absolutely floored to have a young man in his early 20s that he honestly believed that he was never going to be able to provide for himself. When people say, oh, our children will never be able to buy a house, those words are getting implanted inside of their minds. We're taking away their hope. We need to deliver solutions because it's not true. If you want to buy a house, there's going to be a way to buy a house. So when you show up, do you believe you're the best person? Confidence isn't enough anymore. You need to be competent. Competence is confidence that you deliver on. Promises made, promises kept every single day with every client. I know that I do more, I care more, and my team and I will deliver more. I also know that I'm going to do whatever it takes to find them a property or to sell their property. I will door knock for buyers and I will door knock for sellers to find them a buyer. I'm going to deliver. I'm competent. Using these techniques, I sold over 100 properties a year, my team averaging 400. I did this every year in every market. I did it in an area with a population of 20,000 people. Some people say, well, that's easier than doing it in the city. Find a farm area with 20,000 people and dominate it. Some people will say, well, I'm too young. I got into real estate when I was 18. Well, you don't understand. I have little ones. I'm a single mom of 4. I'm unstoppable. I don't care if the industry average is to sell 4 properties a year. I know I can sell more. I don't care about market conditions. I'll just work harder. I believe that anything and everything is possible. For me, I need to do a great job for my clients, my teammates, my community, my family, my loved ones. It's a must for me. Doing over 100 transactions has been all about helping my clients and helping people achieve their goals. There is no better feeling than giving something 100%, not 50 or 40, 100. It's fulfilling, it's satisfying, it's rewarding. So have the courage to go after what you want, the tenacity to never give up. Make it a must to never do anything but your best and to never be anything but your best.
What's going on, everybody? This is Ken Pozek in Orlando, Florida, and today we're going to talk about agent referrals. And so why am I uniquely chosen to teach about agent referrals on this KW Cares Mastermind Day? Well, over the past 6 years, my team and I, we've grown a fairly sized team here where we're actually getting one agent referral every single day. Last year, we had about $1.2 million in net GCI come directly from agent referrals. And today we're going to talk about some do's and don'ts around agent referrals, how to get more, how to be chosen. We all love to get that text message that's like, hey, I have a referral in your area. Do you have the bandwidth to take on another listing, another buyer? And the answer is, of course, yes. This is something that you don't have to pay for up front. You just get to pay for it at closing. And then that person becomes a client for life and turns into more referrals and more deals in the future. It's just such a great pillar of our business. And I'm excited to share with you how I basically went from living in Detroit as a Detroit agent to moving to Orlando and becoming the most referred agent in all of Orlando. So let's get into it. First thing is you really need to start thinking about branding yourself, not just as a great realtor, but as the mayor of your town. everybody knows, especially on Facebook, where I do a lot of my agent-to-agent referral stuff, is that I'm in Orlando. Now, Facebook, many people be like, oh, well, isn't TikTok the thing? Isn't Instagram and more video the thing to do? Yes, it is. But Facebook is where I would start if you're looking to start your agent referral business. There's a lot of realtors on Facebook, and we all love to jump on and interact with one another. Unfortunately, what many people do is they jump on, they talk about all the stuff that doesn't matter, their listings, their open houses, the stuff that people really just don't connect with on Facebook. Now, there's 3.3 billion monthly active users over on Facebook, and many of them, feels like all of them, are realtors. And so this is where you're going to start your journey. So you have 5,000 connections that you can make on Facebook. And what I would consider doing is making it basically only your past clients and agents from around the country. Now, you're going to do this kind of a little bit more tactically than just adding a bunch of realtors. Some of them are your friends, some of them are not. But what we've done is we've gotten very purposeful at finding out where are the inbound people coming to Orlando from. I know that Chicago, Detroit, New Jersey, New York, DC are some of our biggest inbound areas. And so I've gotten very purposeful to connect with agents on Facebook that are from these feeder cities. Now, obviously, we've got people when I go out and speak, or we send out agent referrals that connect with us from all over, and that's totally fine. But I'm constantly looking to top grade, finding the best agents in the best cities so that we can make a meaningful connection. So that's step number one. The next step is really what Gary Vaynerchuk talks about as jab, 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 right hook, right? You don't want to have to keep coming after people all the time saying, hey, I'm an agent in Orlando, I want to be your agent referral of choice. Like, you just don't ever want to do that. What I do is when I moved from Detroit to Orlando, as I started talking about taking my kids to Disney, taking my kids to the beach, taking my kids all of these different places, my favorite restaurants, why I'm appreciative of living in Florida. And over the first year or so, it slowly started trickling in. First, it was 1 referral a month, then 2 referrals a month, then 1 a week, and then now it's every single day. And Facebook is probably, I would say, 30% of where we're getting all of these referrals. It's absolutely remarkable. Now, sticking with Facebook, you also have the agent referral groups, places where you can dive in where people will say, hey, I've got a referral in Nevada. And the thing about that is, yes, you throw your name in the hat and make sure that there's an easy way to connect them. Also, give them a reason why they might want to pick you out of the 20 different agents that are listed. It could be that you have 500 Google reviews. It could be that specifically where they're asking for, you've recently helped somebody gain. But it's also conversely, that if you see somebody say, I'm in Orlando and I see someone needs to go into Nevada, you want to be involved with those agent groups as well by saying, hey, by the way, I know Eric in Las Vegas. He's an amazing agent. You should use him as well. That way, the next time they see somebody that's looking in your area, they can tag you as well. So that's kind of our Facebook strategy. From there, I've kind of gotten very good on teaching all the time. I'm teaching at least 2 or 3 times every single week. And it's team leaders from around the country that are like, hey, they're starving for a content calendar or a training calendar, and they want to excel their training calendar. And so it's really easy to get involved with other OPs and other team leaders, get in front of 20 or 30 people from somewhere in the country in a market center and teach something that you know. Now, you might be like, hey, Ken, I'm not the social media guy. I'm not whatever it might be, the hip, trendy thing. But you've probably done open houses really well. You've probably done farming really well. You probably have a past client database that crushes it. There's something that you do well that you could probably teach. So jumping on a Zoom for 30 minutes and teaching your fellow Keller Williams agents something to where the only thing you're asking for is, hey, by the way, if I do this class for you completely for free, I just want the list of the attendees. And what I've now done over the past 6-7 years is grow a list of 30,000 realtors that I've been in front of, teaching all of our different strategies completely for free, only to then put them on a list that I update twice a month, and I send them something of value. So let's talk about what is value, because everybody's definition of that is a little bit different. So for us, value is something that has really nothing to do with me and everything to do with them. So for us, it's, hey, we tried hiring this way. We tried using Indeed, and it charged us thousands of dollars to get good recruits. But because of that, we learned how to do X, Y, and Z. Here's our journey. It's not, that's value, right? Teaching somebody how to hire better, that's value. Teaching somebody how to lead generate, that's value. Maybe doing a book giveaway, that could be value. I'll tell you what's not value, though. is somebody sending me their open house invites from San Diego when I live in Florida. That's absolutely not value. And so what we do is very, very consistently send out bi-weekly, just an update to our database. It's a thought to share from Orlando. And it's, hey, I want to give you value, 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 value. And by the way, if you have anybody that's looking to move to Orlando in and out, we want to be your real estate resource of choice. But again, that's after we've provided a ton of value all the way down at the bottom of the email. Because I just want to be known as the guy that gives a lot of value. And oh, by the way, he lives in Orlando. And through that, those two things have been powerful for us. There's also using KW Tech, going in the back end, filling out your profile, making sure that it's very robust, that you have a header up there and it shows exactly the areas that you service, making sure that you're diving into all of the systems and tools that we have as KW agents. So when people are online searching Orlando or Dallas or Seattle, that you come up first. If you're making connections and you're keeping your profile updated, that will also allow you to be able to get more and more agent referrals. So that's pretty much my main three tactics, and just being massively consistent. If I had to give you one more piece of advice, it would just be consistent. You can't just try this for a month and hope to dominate your local area. This is something that has to be a way of life. And I promise you that if you do this consistently over the next year or 3, that you're going to look up with a new pillar of business that's going to be massively profitable. I hope you enjoy this. Again, I'm Ken from Orlando. Hope you have an amazing day.
Family, I'm Kymber, Lovett-Menkiti, and I am super excited to be with you guys today. One, to celebrate all the amazing work that KW Cares does, and to share about a topic that is very near and dear to my heart, something I'm very passionate about, and was really an anchor of our success in building a phenomenal real estate business right here in Washington, D.C. I've had an opportunity for the last 4 years to lead the Maryland, D.C. region and coach and consult agents all around the Maryland, D.C. area. And what I know is that this is sort of an anchor of what our success is. And I think agents that are able to build big businesses and even bigger lives. So I'm going to share a few slides with you guys today to talk about building your business through community engagement. And this really ultimately really starts with a why. What are we doing? And I thought, what a better time to revisit and to share our Keller Williams mission, vision, values. Like, right, why are we here? Why do we do what we do? And I'm going to ask you guys, for the purposes of this opportunity and time, is just to look at our mission, to build careers worth having, businesses worth owning, lives worth living, experiences worth giving, and my favorite, legacies worth leaving. And I believe that that is really done through a bigger purpose, right? Like Gary often says, happiness is found on the way to fulfillment, right? Like in our path to fulfillment. What are we doing? How are we ultimately building these big, amazing businesses that let us lead lives worth living, experiences worth giving, and legacies worth leaving? So how in the world do we do that? And so today I want to walk you through the ABCs of community engagement. Being part of something that's bigger than yourself, something that really stands out and makes a difference in your community, right? Where you are, whatever community might mean or look like for you. So let's start with the A. The A is authenticity. And what I love about this is when you think about building a business, what's required, right? Lead generation, being in front of, relationship building. And I always love to say, like, look at where do you spend your time? What do you enjoy doing? What gives you the most energy? What groups, whether that's a geographic group, right? A community physically where you are. We were huge geographic farmers in Washington, D.C. And so that was a big anchor of our business. But then that started to move into different circles. That was the schools that our boys went to. That was the churches, right? Church that we were part of. That was sororities. That was relationships. It started to also expand into demographic groups. So why authenticity? What do I mean by that? What I'm saying is you want a group that is naturally you, that you wake up every day excited to be a part of and doesn't feel like you're going to work. It feels like something that you could go and dig and dive deeper into. Maybe it's something that you're already a part of. So I think a powerful exercise is to write down what different groups, communities are you a part of? Do you enjoy being active in, or things that you are just active with? Maybe you love pickleball. Maybe you really want to have a book club, right? You want to be a part of a community that maybe is something that is core in an area that you're passionate about. So really starting, right, when you think about your purpose and why you're doing what you're doing, what actually is giving you the most energy? Because that's where we get to spend and pour into and really get the most out of, that ultimately really does have an impact in building that business and bigger life. So I love this quote from Simon Sinek: people don't buy what you do, they buy why you do it. And what you do simply proves out what you believe. So what is he saying here, right? He's saying, hey, when you're doing something because your heart is in it, because it's giving you energy, because it's filling you up, and there's a why behind it, right? A community that you're passionate about, a group that you're really committed to, you're able to be an amazing advocate, an ambassador, a voice for that. And it really proves out what you're trying to build, and it makes the work that much more fulfilling. So the B, right, in our ABCs of community engagement, the B is actually start to build the community. And here's a couple questions to ask, right? What problem does the community or group that you're looking to be a part of or start solve? Right. So one of our big things in Washington, D.C., there's a huge charter school community. There's private school communities. You get to go lottery in. It's kind of extremely overwhelming. And we realized, hey, there's a problem here. People don't know how to navigate this. There's a challenge in our geographic community, right? Our area that we were working, that people were really struggling to navigate it. It was like if you didn't know and you weren't in the inside group and just had other kids had gone through it, you were kind of at a loss. And when you've got a 3, 4, 5 year, like this feels like the biggest problem in the world for you is that you do not understand how to navigate the school system. And so what that allowed us to do is create a community, a group around bringing people together, right? We were the activators, bringing people together to really help, really just be bridge builders and share information that was valuable to the community. So we looked around, there was not a group, there wasn't a community, like maybe in the district wide that the city was trying to solve it in some ways, but in a hyper local level, in our pocket of the city, there really was there was no place to go. And so people were trying online to create community, ask questions, but that was loud and you had to go like dig through lots of community pages to get the information you needed. And so we said, hey, this is actually an opportunity. And so again, if you're asking yourself, does this community already exist? And yes, there's a problem that I need to solve. And you know, especially if you're part of the community or you feel like you've got some added value to go in and to drive into, but maybe there's a community that already exists, right? A lot of communities, so you think about your neighborhood Facebook groups, right? Or maybe somebody started it a decade ago. I had a client who was recently relocating and I said, hey, let's go check out the neighborhood Facebook group so you can really learn like the inside track of what's going on. And I emailed the moderator for the page to just say, hey, I've got a client who's looking in your area, that she was, my good friend client was relocating out of state. And she said, oh my God, I haven't lived there in 3 years. I would love somebody to take this over, but I just kind of feel like this commitment to this community. So I continue to kind of moderate the page. Well, what a great opportunity, right? Oftentimes these moderators, this is a volunteer opportunity, right? Has their runway run out? Is there a way for you to step in, be an additional support or resource in an existing community? Because then you're not even building it from the ground up, right? You're kind of moving into a house that's already been built and being able to add value or build out a room or build out a place in that community that maybe is missing or just has been lagging for a little while, especially post-COVID. A lot of our groups and communities are really active, right, prior to COVID. But post-COVID, people maybe moved, maybe they've gotten disengaged, their kids are older. So the thing that they were really passionate about or that they were kind of spearheading isn't their thing anymore. So this creates an opportunity. So what problem does your community need that needs to be solved, or this group that you're looking to really engage in a more meaningful way? And don't forget authenticity, right? You want it to be something that you're not gonna be like, oh my God, why did I sign up for this? I don't want to get up at 8 o'clock in the morning and like be the person who's organizing everybody to do the thing. Like if that's not going to give you, like if it's not going to fill you up and it's not going to connect to why you're doing what you're doing, then that's not your problem to solve. You want to solve a problem through community engagement that really is connected at your core to something that really fills you up. So the B, build, start to build the community. So build it either inside of an existing one or start to build your own. And on C, right, for ABCs, I couldn't just pick one because the C's are powerful, right? Come on with our C's. Communicate, consistency, be the connector, and actually start to convert the business. So what do I mean by that? So once you've authentically decided on the community you're excited about, and you've decided, hey, I'm going to build out a new community, or you've discovered one that needs you, you want to start being a voice. You want to start being an ambassador. You want to be strategic and thoughtful about how you're going to start to communicate to that base in a consistent way, right? How are you consistently staying in front of, adding value, communicating? And what I love about this, and I think it's one of the gems and jewels of rock star like realtors in our world, like what we get to do is ultimately be the connector. Be the connector. You are connecting not just a need in your community to a resource. This, I think, really like expands out. It's what I love about KW Cares, right? We are thinking about how do we connect an agent need with agents who want to give. And you see this all over our company, right? When people are donating kidneys and donating organs, and we're connecting people across our micro communities and our macro international communities. So think about in your world, you want to be that. Your eyes are constantly open for what's a need and how can you connect it in? What's a question and how can you connect it in? Back to our example of the school, right? Bringing together a community of people to share information. There are people who were like, oh my God, we cracked the code, we figured it out. They really wanted to share with other families and expand their school communities. And so we were just literally being the bridge and bringing people together and connecting them. And then convert. Sometimes we get into community engagement and you start to really have that impact, right? We help enough people get what they want, you get what you want, and you have to be really purposeful about how are you converting? How are you thinking about it from a business? How are you making sure that as you're connecting, you're also reminding? Are you also adding value through real estate information, seminars, education, right? It's an overlay. Build the community and then you become the resource. You're communicating with it, you're consistent, you're a connector of people. That begins the opportunity for you to convert and build business. And ultimately what we're doing is like having that big business, big life, and ultimately, which is what I love, right? When you are authentically building a community and you are doing it through connecting, converting, right? Communicating well, you are creating a huge impact. And that's really what we're all here to do. Whatever impact looks like for you, whatever your mission, whatever that piece is for you is going to lead you to that. And that's what gets me so excited about the community engagement aspect of how we build businesses, because ultimately you're not just building a big business. You are leaving a legacy. You are leaving a legacy that's going to last well beyond your real estate business, and it's going to create a lasting impact on the communities that we live, we work, and we serve. So I'm so excited for you guys to go out and to build those communities. The only limit to your impact is your imagination and your commitment to it. You get to decide. Pick the thing that is authentically you, right? Think about how you're going to build out that community and then harness those 4 C's to deliver the value and ultimately have the massive impact that you want to have. I love all the work that KW Cares does. I would love to stay connected with you and hear more about how you're impacting your community, impacting the ABCs, implementing them, the ABCs of community engagement. Here's my information. Would love to stay in touch and hear the ways that you are changing lives in your communities. And we all change lives every day by supporting KW Cares. I love the work that you guys are doing and grateful to be a part of this phenomenal day. Go out, grow, build businesses, and have an even bigger life and impact. Have a fabulous one. Thanks, everybody.
Thank you, Kymber. That was awesome. And hey, can you give it up in the chat? And we're seeing a lot of people. Stephanie, I saw Sharon, I saw a bunch of people in the chat. Hey, we're here for you. I know a lot of the speakers are here for you too. Go ahead. You have questions. We're here for you. We want to continue to pour into you. So Kymber, thank you. I was listening to Ken, and just so you know, I love Ken. Just so you know, think about that in your businesses. And hopefully you guys are taking notes and going to implement this stuff. Is 1 referral a day. Wow, that is amazing. Hey, anybody want to move to Arkansas? Come on, we'd love to have you. I know our team would, right? We'd love to do some referrals. So it'd be awesome. Hey, just want to remind you guys, you can upgrade to the VIP package. Just go ahead. The promo code is upgrade. See, like we made that a little easy for you. But hey, how about those speakers? You give it up. Just so you know, let's keep that chat going. We got a bunch of people in there ready to communicate with you and continue to pour in. Thank you. We were looking at the numbers. We're almost at $161,000 for KW Cares. Thank you, guys. That's amazing. Let's keep going. Remember, our goal is $350,000. We truly appreciate it. Just so you know, you're not seeing Kelly on here. Hopefully, you're liking this. How old am I? Carson Daly handoff. We thought it'd be really cool, but I love having her. But you know what? She's going to bring the value for it, and she's going to drop it. She's popping into another room, and she's going to be on right now for you. Kelly, what do you got for us?
there, Kelly Henderson. I'm an agent and a market center investor out here in sunny and fabulous Phoenix, Arizona. In 2022, I did about 68 units for 34 million as a solo agent. And what I love about the businesses that we get to build, right, is that with it, we can make a lot of money. And that money is good when properly allocated in the way that you envision it looking. And I think so often we get in this space as agents where we're just selling houses. And about 6 years ago, I was coaching with Sajak Patel. Shout out to Sajak for doing awesome things for us at KW. And he's the first person who really pushed me down this path about caring about my net worth. And there's a million things we could talk about related to net worth. And I'm so excited that we've got Brett Tanner, who's leading our KW Wealth community, talking about it as well. And so today I figured I would focus on building and growing your net worth through remargining your expenses and bad debt management. I think it's fun to talk about buying houses and doing all that stuff, but it really needs to start with understanding our expense management and bad debt. And right, Gary, well, you can't see it. Gary, his number 2 tactic in Shift talks about remarginalizing expenses. And he goes on to say that the fastest way that you can make corrections is through remargining your expenses. So let's start with that. Now, to do it, you're going to have to go through an activity that's not the most fun activity to ever exist. So I beg you to stay with me on this, but it will pay by doing it. So you're going to start by printing out whatever it is that you track, or not that you track, that tracks your expenses for you. So I'm thinking like a credit card, a debit card. So we're talking about statements, bank account statements, wherever you spend your money. So for me, most of my expenses are going to go through one of 3 credit cards because I'm a girl who likes points. And so it's easy for me to make those, print out those statements, and we're going to start here. We're going to get 3 highlighters. And with the first highlighter, the green highlighter, you're going to highlight everything on these statements that you need. Now, I've got a 6 and a 4-year-old, and they're learning the difference between need and want, right? We need food. So that could be groceries, but we might want to eat out, right? We're still getting nutrition, but there's a difference between what we need and what we want. So we're going to highlight on there everything that we need. When you're printing out your bank statement, that'll probably be your mortgage or a rent payment. It could be electricity, water. We talked about food, gas to get to your appointments, things you need. And you're going to be really strict with that category. The second highlighter you're going to take out is yellow. Yellow is our highlighter for things that we want. I want to get my nails done. I enjoy that opportunity. It brings me happiness to be able to relax and slow down, and my nails look good. So I want to get my nails done. I might want to go out to eat, as the example we gave before. I might want to go shopping. I might want to watch Netflix, right? Those are things we want to do. The third highlighter we're going to use can be any other color. I'm going to use pink in this example. So with your pink highlighter, you're going to highlight the things you don't want or need, which sounds silly to say, but you'd be surprised at how many of them you found. So the first time I did this exercise, I realized I somehow accidentally had 2 Paramount Plus accounts. My Kelly Henderson at KW account, and then my team branded email account. I had 2 accounts with a Paramount login, which means I was paying for both of them. I don't need or want 2 Paramount account logins, so it was very easy to slash one of them. So you're going to go through and you're going to identify what are maybe ongoing payments you've set up for subscriptions or different things that you don't even utilize, that you really don't care about, that it's an easy thing to scrap. So now you're going to go through and you're going to add up all of the stuff that was an easy pink, and any of the wants that because of your financial goals, you're okay with putting them on hold for now. I'm not talking about like ripping your bank account to shreds unless that's part of your goal, right? So often it's easy for different financial advocates to be so stringent on how you spend your money that it makes it not so sustainable. Think about someone who's going to be trying to lose some weight, right? They could change their diet and lifestyle by adding in more exercise and swapping out some nutrient deficit options with something that maybe is a better choice. And that could be something that's pretty sustainable. But someone altering their entire diet to, let's say, go keto for 3 months or something like that might be too big of a jump from what they were doing to be able to really sustain that. We're talking about that with finances. So I want this to be something that you are fully committed to and that's realistic for your goals and your journey. But we're going to identify that number, and now we're just going to set that number aside for a second. Okay, so we've identified and we're able to remargin our expenses, but let's talk further about bad debt. Because if those expenses we just categorized are causing us to have bad debt, now we need to address it. What's bad debt? There's a difference between good debt and bad debt. Good debt is what we do. Houses are great forms of debt. So good debt is a leveraged form of debt that is going to increase your net worth in time. Houses do that. What doesn't do that? A car, right? If we take out a car loan and the car depreciates over time, that debt was not good debt for us. Credit cards, bad debt. Some arguments could be made for student loans, so I'm not going to answer that here. And of course, all of this goes without saying that I'm not your financial advisor, but I am somebody who understands money, and this is my personal perspective on it. You should talk to somebody who's much more qualified than I when it comes to making decisions about good debt and bad debt. But at the end of the day, bad debt doesn't help us. So eliminating it is a great plan. Also, it gives us more room for good debt, like taking out more mortgages so you can buy more houses. So when we identify our bad debt, now we need to understand how to pay it off. There's two main schools of thought. The first is the snowball method of debt management. And in the snowball method, what you're going to do is line up all of the debts you have in order from the smallest amount to the biggest amount. So let's say you have a Bath and Body Works credit card. I don't even know if Bath and Body Works does credit cards. This might be a terrible example, but you've got maybe one of those one-off store credit cards that has a $150 balance on it, all the way up to maybe a car loan of $80,000, right? So we can put them all in order and stack them all up. The snowball method of debt management says that you pay off the tiniest one first. And once that's paid off, what you would have been paying toward that, you can now accrue into the second debt. So let's say you were paying $20 a month to your first credit card and you just paid it off. Now you have an extra $20 a month that can go to the second credit card. So you might be making that minimum payment plus whatever you were doing, plus the $20 from the credit card before. When you pay that one off, maybe we had the $20 first credit card per month payment, the $50 per month payment. Now we're getting to accrue $70 a month additional onto our third credit card. And we are snowballing and making our total debt buy down per month larger as time goes on. The win in the snowball method is right here. It feels good to get that dopamine surge of succeeding in something you've been wanting to do. Paying off a debt feels good, right? If you have 10 credit cards on this list and now you have 9, you only have 9 compared to the 10, and that feels good. Let's talk about the other method, and maybe you'll see some pros and cons between the two. The second method is our avalanche method. In the avalanche method, it essentially takes the same ordering technique, but uses a different criteria, which is your interest rate. You're going to take the highest interest rate and put it at the top, and the lowest interest rate and put it at the bottom, which you're almost going to see the converse, right? Credit cards tend to have the highest interest rate, but cars and other loans closer to that tend to be on the lower edge of the spectrum, respectively. In this method, any extra money you have per month is going to go towards that highest interest rate credit card. And when you pay that off, now you have the opportunity to take that extra money from here and plug it into your second one. And so it's doing the exact same thing, focusing on one debt at a time, right? You're still making minimum payments on everything, but we're talking about your extra energy is going to start accruing over time. Now, the downside to the avalanche method is that it might take a while to pay off that first balance, especially if it's your highest one, right? It might be your highest balance and your highest interest rate, and that could take a while. So you're not going to get the dopamine surge as easily without just paying great attention to what you're doing too. But the biggest win in that method is going to be financial. It is financially more advantageous to go that method because you're paying off the interest rates that are accruing you the higher interest rate payments. And so You pick your debt management strategy. I have a preferred, you will have your preferred, and that's all that matters, because we're all looking at finances through our own lens. And so when you pick the method that you're most committed to achieving, now we're going to go back to our first activity, right? You identified an amount of money that you have removed from your life on a regular basis. That amount of money can now safely be applied as extra to whatever payments you're making that won't even really feel like anything different because you're already spending it. You're just now allocating about to you and your net worth and the growth of your future and your family and your legacy and all good things. Now, if you do more on top of that, my big challenge to you is to come up with a plan and a goal, and more importantly, share it with someone who's going to hold you accountable, like a MAPS coach, right? So the goal there is to be able to decide what and by when. What are you going to do? I'm going to pay off my first credit card. By when? Looking at this, I can safely say I can get there by the end of September. Cool. How are you going to do that? I'm going to apply an extra $100 a month towards this credit card payment. And for my next 3 closings, I'm going to do an extra $500 a month. Whatever your deal is, you do you. But when you get rid of debt, you're instantly making your net worth higher by every single payment you make. If you're not tracking your net worth, you won't know. But I know you guys, and you're tracking your net worth. And so every time you update that net worth tracker and your debt is smaller, that means your net worth is getting bigger. And this is one simple step that we can say a quick and immediate improvement towards your net worth. Please let me know if you guys have any questions. I'm here to help. You can catch me on Instagram at Kelly Henderson Realtor, and I'm happy to answer any questions. Have a great day.
Hello, Keller Williams family. Marc King here to talk to you about the value of giving. And I want to talk to you about why KW Cares is so important to me. See, if you're here long enough, you will experience the benefit of having an organization like KW Cares to count on in times of need. How do I know that? Because I was one of those people in need. And back in 2012, we had a tornado wipe out a market center that I operated in Branson, Missouri. And without KW Cares, I'm not sure we would have made it. You see, I've always donated to KW Cares because I believe that by giving, there will be plenty of abundance for all. To this day, my wife and I find KW Cares at the top of our list of places that we donate money to. So I wanted to give you an acronym. I know, shocking, we're going to have an acronym here at Keller Williams, but I wanted to give you something that I think about when we set our giving goals every single year. If you're curious, my wife and I have a dream date when we set our wealth building goals. We do all those things. And one of the cornerstones to our wealth building is how much money can we give and what kind of impact can we have on the most amount of people. And here's the acronym that helps us remember the value of giving. The first thing I would start out is I would talk about the 3 T's, because we all have one of them. The 3 T's. Now, if you're really fortunate in the course of your life, you'll have 2 of the 3 T's. What are the 3 T's? Time, talent, or treasure. Those are the 3 T's. And so all of us have one of those. Usually we start out our careers and we don't have a lot of treasure, we don't have a lot of talent or experience yet, but we do have time to put in, right? So as we talk about giving, I wanna ask you, which of the 3 do you think you could give that would have a lasting impact on your community or maybe the whole world? Time, talent, treasure. So as we go through this acronym, this will tend to make sense. G. For me, I need a goal for giving. So I'm always going to start out with what's the goal. My wife and I last year had a huge goal of giving $100,000 to charity. That's a huge goal for us, right? It was the most we had ever given. And so it might look to you like, look, there's Marc talking about giving away $100,000. I'm going to tell you, I'm unabashedly unashamed to be able to do that because of what this company has meant in my life and because of what it's done to help me. And so that was our goal. Now, your goal may not be 100,000 yet. I hope we can all get there, right? Your goal might be like 20 years ago when I didn't have any money to give to charity, but instead I might be able to give a little bit of my time. And so I found myself serving in other ways. I would help with soup kitchens, I would help at different charity events, etc. Because honestly, I didn't have the money to donate for me to my church, but I did have time to donate. And so pick a goal that you feel like you can give that will have a lasting impact. Then what we do is we have I, and I stands for impact. So what can I do with that $100,000 to have the biggest impact? I want to have the most amount of impact that I can have with that $100,000. Now, again, for me, I would tell you giving to KW Cares and knowing where that money goes and seeing behind the scenes and the most talented people in the fundraising world and the most charitable hearts, what I would tell you is I know where my money is going when I donate to KW Cares. And for me, that's really important. But I also know we're going to have a big impact. It's going to be timely. It's going to be for people in need. Depending on when you watch this video, you know, we're dealing with the Maui fires. We're dealing with Hurricane Hillary. We're still dealing with Hurricane Ian from last year in southern Florida. And so as you think about this, we have more and more cause to raise more and more money over time. With 200,000 families at all levels around the world, there is always someone in need. And so therefore, thinking abundantly in this company and using the systems, models, tools that we have in order to go grow your wealth so that we can give back is paramount on my list for you. That is something I would love for all of us to achieve. So what's the biggest impact I can have? And for me and my family, we know that we can have an impact in any given week on any given part of this world with our company. The V, what's the value of my giving? What value does it bring? Right? Is it truly valuable? Can I mix some of my time and my talent and my treasure? Can I travel? That's a fourth T. Can I travel to somewhere that's going through a really hard time and just lend an ear? Just hug someone, cry with someone, be there for them. Can I provide more value than just the $100,000 can provide? That's what I'm looking for in my giving. And finally, E, is my giving effective? Is it causing the change I want to see in this world? What I know to be true, and I give to a lot of organizations, is it effective in changing the world or helping people in a time of need? And again, I would tell you, the reason that we give most of our money to KW Cares is because we know that it follows all four of these. We know it's going to have a lasting impact. We know we're going to reach our goal. We know we're going to provide more value. And we also know it's going to be very effective in how those dollars are used. So hopefully you can use that acronym to think about your giving. Now, I'm going to switch it up a little bit. And let's say right now in your life, in this season, you've yet to build the type of income or type of net worth that you feel comfortable giving money right now. That's okay. Let's go to time. What's your goal for time? So for me and my family, we're going to give 10 hours every single month. And then we're going to walk straight down our give acronym. So what's the highest amount of impact I can have at those 10 hours, right? How many people can I impact in 10 hours? Where do I need to be? Can I do it on the weekends, right? All those things. What's the highest amount of value? Can I jump on a plane and fly home the same night, but spend 10 hours really helping solve a situation or helping a group of people in need? And then how effective can I be with my time? The advent of Zoom has helped this dramatically. And so now I can do things like this. And I can reach thousands of people with maybe 10 minutes of my time. So what is the time you have to commit? Now, if you really want to supercharge your giving and really understand the value of giving, we'll add the third T and we'll say, what's my talent? Well, we're still looking for mine around here. But one of the things that people might say about me is that I tend to have a big heart and I help people in need, for example. And you probably have that same attribute. So am I using my talent? What's my goal to increase my talent? What books am I reading to increase my talent? By the way, what kind of impact can my talent lead me to have? What's the value my talent might lead to a certain situation or a certain cause? And then how effective is my talent at raising funds to help other people? So I hope you enjoyed that acronym. I hope you will please donate to KW Cares. Tell everybody about it. By the way, anyone can donate to KW Cares. It always helps a family in need and a family from our family. With that, I really appreciate you. Have a great day.
I love being involved with KW Cares. So at headquarters, I see how it changes our lives when KW Cares says, hey, we need someone to go down to the warehouse to load generators, cleaning supplies, etc. in the back of these big giant trailers that we send out to disaster areas. When the call comes of we need to contact every single market center in Florida and make sure that everyone is taken care of there. This is about changing people's lives.
I mean, what sets us apart? Is it the models, the training, the technology, the structure of the franchise agreements, etc.? I mean, those things definitely matter, but I know for me and for many others, it's also about the genuine culture of caring, and KW Cares is an integral part of delivering on those values.
I spoke with a mom of 4, and she had a 10-month-old, 2 elementary school kids, and a preteen in middle school who was trying to take care of his siblings. All she wanted to do was take care of her kids. And I remember talking to her through the emergency grant process. I mean, her biggest worry was like, where can I get diapers? Where can I get food?
I've actually had a front row seat to see how the KW Cares natural disaster response changes lives, and that was during the Texas ice storms of 2021. They sprang into action to provide vital resources to the community as soon as the disaster started unfolding.
Knowing that if you get into a situation where you need extra help, it's going to be there. KW Cares is there for all of us.
Some donations are used to help an agent or a loved one survive, and for them to have hope, feel supported, and move forward in their lives.
I would like to tell anybody out there who is thinking about making a donation to KW Cares to just do it. Make the donation, no matter how big or how small. Every little bit helps.
My family plans every year to donate to different organizations, and KW Cares is at the top of that list every year and always will be.
Hello, my name is Gene Rivers. I'm here to talk to you about multiplying your business and also multiplying your generosity, your caring and sharing with KW Cares. I'm honored to be asked to do this event today, and I'm really excited about it. And I have a lot to say in a short amount of time, so I'm just going to get going here. Success leaves clues. Have you heard that in this company? I bet you have. Well, guess what? The clues are paper trails, whether they're digital or cellulose. People that are highly successful or that want to grow their business follow a model to actually grow their business or be more successful. And that is discussed in the 6 perspectives, which is in Quantum Leap. And it's perspective number 3, E to P, move from E to P. And this is the actual process of E to P as outlined in QL and the 6 perspectives. If you want to grow and you want to grow big, this is the process. You focus on what you want. You identify what your options are that'll get you there. Is there a model using those options? And what are the systems? And what about accountability? And you need to develop a purposeful style. This is the recipe for having breakthroughs and building a big business. And it literally creates a paper trail. And I want to talk to you about the tools, the papers, the forms you should be thinking about that will allow you to build a big success. Now, when we talk about a big success today, how do we think about that in KW? Well, it's simple. This company set a goal by 2025 to have 100,000 millionaire agents. And that can be a millionaire as in gross a million, that can be as in net a million, that can be a real estate investor who's a millionaire investor owner, or it could be a mixture of people getting money from their sales business and money from investments and value growth and investments. But let's just take that as a starting point. If you wanted to focus on becoming a millionaire agent, you should think about the LID exercise. You need money for your lifestyle, for investments, and for getting out of debt, but you also have business overhead. Your business overhead to gross $1 million would be 100 to 120 sales at a national average income of 10 grand a sale. So to get $1 million, you're going to understand that 40% of that would be your expenses, 60% would be your takeaway. The 60% takeaway would be like this: a $300,000 lifestyle, $100,000 for investing, and then that would leave $200,000 for the IRS, who's going to want 1/3 of the 600. So your operating expenses, your costs are going to be 40%. Your 60% would be the $600,000. Now that's the focus. Now, when I say that, that's your focus. You want to become a millionaire agent by grossing $1 million. You're going to have 40% overhead for 2 admin, a buyer agent, and miscellaneous expenses. And that'll leave you $600,000, of which you will put money into lifestyle, investing, and getting out of debt. You got to ask yourself, what are my options? How am I going to do that? Well, if it's 100 transactions to 120 transactions, you're going to need some assets, and the assets are going to be called the 135. The 135 will describe them. The 1 will be the 100 units, and then you'd have the 1, 2, 3. These are your options, and this is going to be systems, and this is going to be tools, and this is going to be people. These are your options here that we're talking about, and you're going to have the systems are going to be lead gen, the seller system, the buyer system, the financial system, and the growth system. Your tools are going to be command, websites and landing pages. You're going to have the app. You're going to need collateral material, and you're going to need target tools, because all tools are used to drive systems. So you'll need specific tools for specific systems. And then the people are going to be, the agent has 2 roles, CEO and listing agent. You're going to have admin 1, who is systems. They're going to build all this out for you. Admin 2, that's going to be marketing, and then a buyer agent. And you should consider having a MAPS coach. This are your options. You use these things to put together how you're going to sell 100 houses. Is there a model for doing that? There is a model for doing that. And the model for doing that is very straightforward. It's MREA. And the model will be a MREA business plan for a level 4 team. And I just described it in the options there. You're going to have the economic model. You're going to have the lead gen model. You're going to have the budget model and the organizational model. And if you go online and look at KW Connect and look up leverage, you're going to see that we have job descriptions. We have all the tools that you can use in that, the personal KPA, the job fit KPA, the job descriptions, the 30, 60, 90. You have all the tools you need necessary to do that. But you're going to have the MREA business plan. The systems, we already talked about those systems. That is and these are in order of priority, the lead generation system, the seller system, the buyer system, the financial system, and the growth system. And again, the growth system is leverage all the way up the ladder. And then you talk about accountability. Accountability is, again, these are all forms. This is paperwork that is spelled out. Accountability is going to be the 411, And the 411, the essence of the 411 is the 20%. It's about the 20%. And it is about the yearly goals for the 20%. It is about the monthly goals for the 20%. And it is about the weekly activities where you'll achieve the goals of those targets. Your 20% is going to be built around contacts in order to have appointments held, clients in a pipeline, and fully executed contracts. A lot of agents in the entire industry, and in KW, I hate to say it, a lot of agents are not on goal for the year. They're doing less business than last year, and they're finding it a hard time to get on track. Well, the problem can be found, generally speaking, in one of these four areas. If you're not getting enough contracts, you must not have enough motivated clients in a pipeline. And if you don't have those, you're not having enough appointments to get motivated people in the pipeline. And if you're not getting enough of those, you're not making enough contacts. When bowl comes around, you better get into bowl, because bowl will help you snap out of your rut. There are people that are literally making enough contacts and they're having enough appointments, but they're not getting enough real clients. What makes a buyer a buyer? They buy. What makes a seller a seller? They sell. And both of them normally have a timeline in order to get it done. So understanding the power of defining motivation with a client becomes a very serious issue. If you look at the 411, you're tracking the 20%, but you'll also need a time block. A time block. A time block identifies where you're going to do this work. Where? The 20%. You should have set aside in our model formula, you're going to need 2 or 3 hours a day for lead generation. And that literally is about making contacts. You can make contact with the phone. You can make contact face-to-face. You can make contact by texting. You can do it by messaging. But a contact is not just an email sent out. It is a dialogue that goes back and forth. And the dialogue is about buying, selling, or referring if they're Mets. If they're strangers, then it's going to be only about buying or selling. Open house attendees aren't going to refer you, but they might actually buy or sell with you. And you need to make contact with people who came to your open house. This is not difficult to understand, but most people get lost with all the things that they have to do, that they should do, that they want to do, as opposed to the things they must do to be on track. So once you have a time block, there's one more thing you need to have, and that is a project list. And a project list is literally about what do you need to do that will propel your growth in the future? What is it? So when you think about being really successful, understand how all of this lines up. The focus is from the LID, the lid exercise. How much money do you really need to make to fund the life you want? Get out of your own way in terms of being busy by being focused. Being focused. Once you're focused, you'll create the 135. The 135. The model is the MREA model. And it's for every level. Level 1 through 7 will take you from 36 sales as a single agent, up to 60 for level 2, up to 84 for level 3, up to 100 to 120 level 4, level 5, all the way up, hundreds and hundreds. The good news is, with the price range being what it is in the country, you don't need to sell over 300 units to net $1 million. You can do that today with 10 grand a sale for 240 sales. So you can become a millionaire agent easier than it's ever been. Isn't it ironic? A lot of people are talking about it's tougher than it's ever been to be an agent. And yet it's easier in terms of the numbers you have to hit to net $1 million. And it appears right now the trend line is it's going to stay about like it is, meaning prices are not going to go down. They're going to stay where they are. And if that's true, then it's 200, 240, you can net $1 million. So it's the MREA models. The systems are all built in, and you can drive all of this through command. So I'm going to put command here. And then the accountability is the 411 and a MAPS coach. And then the purposeful style is about the time block and a project list. A purposeful style means that you get up in the morning and you know for 6 hours of the day what you're supposed to be doing. You don't get up and go, oh my God, what am I going to do today? That is not a purposeful style. That's a without purpose style. You should know what you're going to do for about 6 hours. And that's the good news. You do not have to spend 8 hours a day on 20%. As long as you get it right, you spend about 6 hours on the 20%. And that is making contacts, having appointments, getting fully executed contracts with clients in a pipeline. And that can be done by a single agent. As you grow and hire people and build to the millionaire status, it gets easier. It gets easier. The impression that big is bad, big is hard is totally wrong. If you learn the leverage series well, by hiring people, you get more done with the same or less time, and it is easier because you have people that are really suited for the narrow piece of work they do, way more than you ever were. So I encourage you to consider building your paper trail, digital or cellulose, build your paper trail following the E to P in order to build your business and be more successful so you can do more giving to KW Cares and share the wealth. My name is Gene Rivers. I look forward to seeing you.
Hi everyone, my name is Cami Binstock. I'm a realtor, investor, and community specialist at Keller Williams Realty International. You most likely have seen me online or in person representing the Keller Williams Young Professionals community. I'm honored to be here today to celebrate Multiply with all of you and help raise awareness and funding for KW Cares so we can continue to empower, support, and protect our KW family. Today, I'm going to be talking about maximizing your potential, which is one of my favorite portions and content from Gary Keller's Quantum Leap course. So today's conversation is intended to help you focus on your growth, as the world right now is truly offering us an opportunity to step up and be leaders. And that starts with us choosing to focus on our growth and putting our own oxygen mask on first. Times of uncertainty can be unsettling. It can be difficult to take action or even know what to take action on. And today's conversation is going to help you with this. I'm going to go through 6 topics, and these 6 topics will help you hyper-focus on growth and maximizing your potential. I do only have a limited amount of time with you today, so just stay present with me and be present to any thoughts, conversations, or ideas that are provoked by my questions. You may also want to take this model and exercise and implement it within your market center or your real estate team to help them maximize their potential. During the 6 topics, I'm going to use a 3-step model with questions to help provoke inspiration and motivation. And I do have some slides that I'm going to use throughout since I know I'm going to be talking really fast and I don't have a ton of time. So follow along with the slides and we will have a great time. So a model for maximizing your potential, we're going to use a 3-step model. Like I said, that will help provoke inspiration and motivation. The 3-step model includes learning from your past, envisioning the future, and taking action in the present. Learning from our past ensures our foundation is built on our greatest strengths. Envisioning a future that inspires us helps us get motivated and energized. And finally, we can use this inspiration to find the most productive and invigorating ways to take action now on our potential. Here we go. Starting out with topic 1, whose life are you leading and how do you know? The first step to being intentional and purposeful is to lead your own life and be good at making choices. Leading your own life is the difference between pursuing what you want and what others want from you. Leading your life versus leading theirs. Using the 3-step model, I'm going to ask a series of questions that'll help you self-discover, gain clarity around your purpose, and identify opportunities for growth. Please keep this in mind for all of the questions that I'm going to ask in relation to the 3-step model for each of the 6 topics. So starting from your past, the question is, what is a moment in the past when you made a choice that helped you and others during a difficult time? And what was the result? Or how did this make you feel? An envisioned future. What would it look like if you made a similar choice right now? And how would that impact you and the people you care about? And the last part of our 3-step model, taking action. What is the one thing you can do this week that would have a positive impact on you and others? Pretty powerful, right? Moving along. Number 2, it's all about the small movements. It's about making slight adjustments that make a significant difference. It's about getting from A to B to C all the way to Z and not directly from A to Z. So with the 3-step model, question from the past, what is one small step you took in the past that ended up leading to a big result? For the future, what is one area in your life or in the world where you would like to see a big change right now? And finally, for today, taking action, what is the smallest step we could take toward making those changes happen? All right, moving along. Number 3, thoughts always come first. As we're trying to make changes, facing difficult times, or looking for solutions to challenging problems, our thoughts play a very important role. Everything we do begins in our mind. We don't get dressed each morning without thinking about what we're going to wear. We don't drive somewhere without first thinking about where we're going. Even the words that come out of our mouth had to be processed in our mind before we said them. The cycle of programming tells us that thoughts lead to feelings, which lead to actions, which lead to results. And then the cycle continues. It may seem like a simple thing, but our thoughts really do relate directly to our outcomes. It's very difficult to have positive outcomes if our minds are filled with negative thoughts. And while we may not be able to stop these thoughts from entering our mind, we can certainly make sure they don't stick around very long. We always have the option to replace them with thoughts that lead us to the outcomes we want. Back to our 3-step model, starting with the past. The question is, what is a moment in the past that you are really proud of? And what are the primary thoughts that led to this moment? For the future, what would the impact be on yourself and others if you made a strong effort to only entertain thoughts that focused on the outcomes you desired? For the present, what thought could you replace that would help ensure you had the impact that you desired? As we think about the results we'd like to create, what our ideal future looks like, many of us think of creating balance, right? So let's talk about that. Number 4 is balance is bunk. Many people believe the ultimate goal is to have a balanced life. What I'm suggesting today is what most people really seek is to have a counterbalanced life. Balance refers to everything being equal. Counterbalance is about small adjustments so that nothing important to you gets shortchanged. It's about focusing your attention on the right thing at the right time. In times where your normal routine is disrupted, this is especially important. For most of us, especially in the last couple of years, our daily routine has significantly changed. And this can mean that we're feeling like we have to pay attention to all the things: family, work, school, friends, all of our own needs all at once. And successful counterbalancing can make this less stressful. So learning from the past, what were you successful at giving your focused attention to? For the future, what possibilities might you create if you were able to give your focused attention to one thing at a time right now? And for the present, what are all the things that are taking up your time and energy? List everything that comes to mind. Now that we've discussed counterbalance, we're going to work on figuring out what we should focus our attention on first. Number 5, the dilemma. As we learn to focus on one thing at a time, we often face a dilemma. We can't possibly know it all, do it all, or have it all. Sometimes we have to let go of the not so important things so we can focus on the important ones. Back to our 3-step model from the past. What is an example of when you focused your time and energy on something that was really important to you? What was the result? For the future, imagine you're able to give your time to those things that mattered most. What do you think the impact would be on yourself, your loved ones, and your community? And for today, taking action, what are the things that are most important to you right now? Identify the top 5 and rank them in order of importance. From this list, you might realize you're focusing on the things that weren't important. You might discover that you need to let go of something. You also might feel energized by seeing the list of what is really important to you. Lastly, number 6, setting goals in uncertain times. The fact that you're participating today likely means you're learning-based. Learning-based people are also typically goal setters. A learning-based individual is someone who has made the decision to use effective learning as the foundation for their action plan. Yet when things are uncertain, it can be difficult to know how to take action, as I mentioned at the beginning. Also earlier, we talked about the approach of thinking big but acting small movements. This approach can be very helpful in times like this. You don't have to let go of your big vision for the future. Instead, we just need to adjust our focus towards what we have control over right now. One thing we all have control over is our habits. And when we choose habits that are aligned with our longer-term goals, we can stay on track. From the past, the question is, what is an example of a time in your life when you created a habit that helped you accomplish your goals? For the future, how would it feel if you could make significant progress towards your big goals right now while everything stayed as is? For the present, what is a habit or routine you could develop right now that would help you? This may be a completely new habit. It may be something you were doing in the past but have let go of recently. And it might also be something that you're currently doing and working that you could work on to make even stronger. All right, well, that's all 6 topics. Time flies when you're learning, right? As I wrap up, please feel free to use these 6 topics. Whose life are you leading? It's all about the small movements. Thoughts always come first. Balance is bunk. The dilemma. And goal setting in uncertain times, plus the 3-step model for the 6 topics, learning from your past, envisioning the future, and taking action in the present with all of the appropriate questions to help you focus on growth, gain clarity around your purpose, and maximize your potential. I truly believe this exercise and model can help you move forward during any challenging times. And as a reminder, you can also use these topics and models to help others maximize your potential. Thank you so much for having me be here today and share something that I'm very passionate about. Please enjoy the rest of Multiply and don't forget to donate.
It is Bo and Tara Smith. We're so excited to be here and part of this amazing event. I am Tara. I am an operating principal in Cincinnati, Ohio, and Lexington, Kentucky. I've been with Keller Williams since 2013, and have had the opportunity to do lots of fun things. But operating principal and MAPS leadership coach is where I spend these times today. So we're very excited to be here. We're going to be talking about leadership and specifically how to win your people as a leader. And so, Bo, tell us a little bit about you and then kick us off.
Okay, awesome. So I'm a MAPS Bold coach. I'm also principal broker in our market center in Lexington, Kentucky, KW Commonwealth. And probably the thing that opens the most doors for me is I tell people I'm Tara's husband. So that's how that works for me. No, just kidding. So we're going to talk a little bit today. How do you win your people, right? How do you win your people? You know, there's so many things written about leadership and all the different things that we can do to be a great leader, right? How do we show up? You know, how do we motivate people? How do we lead people? And at the end of the day, you got to keep it kind of simple, right? You got to keep it kind of simple. And I think the first thing is the people that you're leading, the people you're working alongside of, they really have to know you care about them, right? We've heard the old saying, right? People don't care how much you know until they know how much you care. And it's even more pivotal when you're in a position where you're motivating other people and you're getting results through other people, right? And when we talk about this, you know, I have a, you know, Tara, I've always got a story, right? So I've got a story. There was a gentleman that I knew back in college. He worked, he actually was an owner of a truck stop. He had about 265 employees. And in his world, here's what he considered to be something that was critically important. He knew every employee by name. He knew their partner, spouse, significant other. He knew their names. He knew their kids' names. He knew if their kids were in high school, he had an idea of how old they were. So when he would talk to them, it was always about them. He would take a few minutes, didn't matter who it was. Could be somebody that was working inside, outside, anywhere. It was actually the business was a truck stop. So he had mechanics, he had people that cleaned the lots, worked in the restaurant. And it was probably one of the things that, you know, I learned from him was that, you know, invest the time to truly understand and know what's important to your people. Do you know about their children? Do you know what's important to them? Do you know why they get up every single day and come to work? I mean, do you know what's really important? What's driving them? What's pulling them through the tough times? Because see, when you know those things, you might have a little bit better understanding of what's making them tick, why they're having a tough day. And ultimately, that's how you're going to win with them, is because you're going to be talking about the things that are most important to them. And when you know those things and remember them, they know you care, right? They know it's important and they know they're important.
Yeah, I love that. And what kind of stands out to me about that story, though, is sound like that was a little while ago. Not to say that you're old, but that was many years ago. We have the gift now of social media. Like, we get to see that stuff in people's lives just in an instant. And yet it's what we do with the information. Do we go back and check on people? You're talking about a guy that probably had no way to know that stuff unless he truly asked the questions and dug into people's lives. And so we're kind of fortunate we get to see people's lives. It's what we do with the information to help them know that we truly do care. And so, yeah, how do you win your people as a leader? They know that you care about them, right? The second thing is they know that they can trust you. And so there's a lot of ways you can earn trust with people. And Bo, I know you'll have some ideas, but in my mind, it ultimately comes down to doing what you say you'll do, right? And so making promises to people and then showing up and delivering on the promises. Generally, if you really want to win people quickly, do things without making promises or do more than you promised. Do it in a shorter amount of time. So be a person of integrity, be a person of your word. If you're running a team, you tell your team, hey, I am committed to setting 3 appointments today. And then you set 3 appointments and you go back and say, guys, I set my 3 appointments today. And if you do that long enough, then they trust that what you say you'll do, you do. And they look up and you become a person that not only cares about them, but they can trust that you're going to be the person that you say you'll be. So I don't know if you have thoughts, Bo, on other ways to win trust. But in my mind, it's showing up and delivering on my words every single day.
Absolutely. You know, and yeah, you covered all the bases. I'll give you a little tip as far as like a litmus or something where you can kind of, I don't know, maybe you know where you're at, you know where you are with someone. When they pull you aside, right, and they start telling you things and you feel a little bit uncomfortable because they're opening up to you. That's when you know, right? That's when you know, when they come and go, hey, you got a minute? And you're thinking, oh yeah, what do you got? We got a deal working here. What are we doing? Maybe something falling apart. You're thinking real estate, and they start pouring out and talking to you about things that are happening in their life. Important things, big things, and struggles that they're having that have nothing to do with real estate. That's kind of when you know, right? You start to have an idea. And you know what? That's what comes with being a great leader. And you have to be ready. So they might share some limiting thoughts. They might share what they think's holding them back. And yet at the end of the day, when they start being vulnerable and they start asking you for those questions, that's your opportunity. You know, a lot of people won't do that. They may not get to a place of comfort. Be ready, because when you get that opportunity, that's probably going to be your finest hour, right? Your finest hour to reach in and speak into them and talk to them and ultimately help them either move forward or, you know, dust them off and, you know, send them back out there. So I love that. I love that. They have to trust, right? There has to be trust.
Yeah, I just want to, like, on the back end of that, we are moving so fast every day, whether you're running a team or a market center or whatever that looks like. Sometimes we get those opportunities and we're in the middle of something, we're running through something and we don't know, like you just said, it's such a gift when people feel vulnerable to share, they trust you. That means you're moving down the path of winning your people over as a leader. So cherish it, right? Take advantage of that moment to go deeper with your people. Yeah, little gift. The last one is number 3 is help people get what they want. Like you care about them, they can trust you, and they truly believe you can help them. And what's interesting about this is you cannot get to number 3 if you don't get through number 1 and number 2. So they've got to know you care before they'll trust you, and they've got to know that they can trust you before they'll give you a space in their life to help them. And so, you know, Bo, anywhere have you seen that show up in a market center or a team where, like, what does helping somebody look like?
Well, one, I think you got to get up each day, and it's got to be something that you're looking for, something that you're acutely aware of when people are reaching out and you have an opportunity to help. And sometimes it's an opportunity to lead, opportunity to help, pick somebody up, whatever that looks like. And I think you got to ask them some questions. I think you got to go a little bit deeper than some of the superficial things that you might normally say. And you got to slow down, because I'm telling you, things are flying around just 1,000 miles an hour out there. And, you know, you don't know when it's going to show up. Right. And if you're like me, right, and you've, you know, sometimes it's running a little too fast, and I do wake up, or maybe I might be 3 hours later and I realize that someone was reaching out. Pick up the phone and call them, right? And just acknowledge that it's okay to not be everything to every person every single second of the day. And yet when you do realize that, you know what, just pick up the phone and reach out, right? Show them you're human, show them that you've got a lot on your plate too. And when you help people get there, or they give you that opportunity, sometimes it's just that nudge, right? Just get them over the hump so that they can keep going, right? I don't know. Listen, right? We'll hear everything we need to hear.
Yeah, I think listening is the key. I mean, at the end of the day, we can't do any of this unless we're actually listening, and, like, I'll just say active listening. From being in the operating principal role and being a coach, I think one of the coolest things we get to do is the needs analysis, right? We get to talk to people about what they want, where their gaps are. And one of the most powerful questions that I feel in that exercise is we ask, who else in your life is asking you these questions? Who else in your life is helping you grow your business in this way? And so when you get to a point where you get to help people, It's a really, really cool place that you can truly change somebody's life by asking powerful questions, or even just having the courage to dig deeper and not skim the surface. So go deep with your people. Just want to throw this out. We're sharing this. I'm in Austin today and had the opportunity to hear Marc Willis come in and just remind us what leadership is. And he gave an amazing talk. Everybody was fired up, but this little piece was in there. And many of us have heard this probably hundreds of times, the 3 ways to win with people as a leader, and yet it never gets old. I took a page full of notes on how am I truly spending time with my people? How am I building trust and being a woman of my word? And where am I getting up every single day and looking for an opportunity to help every person I get to be in contact with. And, I will just last little thing. I was communicating with my team leader in the class, and we were talking about the opportunity to make the choice to be great. And what's really cool about Keller Williams is we get the choice, because what percentage of the entire world, they get up every day and they have jobs and they just go to work and do their job and come home, but they don't even have the opportunity to make the choice to be great. And we live in such an amazing environment that it's our choice. We can say, do I want to live an amazing, incredible, great life, or am I just going to coast through this opportunity? So, my encouragement to you would be, make those little choices that have the big impacts on you, who you are as a leader, and the people that you get the opportunity to lead. So, Bo, any last thoughts for us?
One thing that's ringing in my ears is I remember listening to Mo Anderson speak once, and she told her story, and she said every time she got an opportunity to be in a leadership capacity, she took advantage of it. No matter what it was, right? If somebody said, who's going to her hand went up, right? Every single time. So I'm gonna leave you guys, and any guys and gals out there, I'm gonna leave you with that, right? You get a chance to teach in your market center and it feels uncomfortable, absolutely do it. Get a chance to serve on the ALC, absolutely do it, right? They're looking for someone to spearhead a task force or help put something together. Get out there, get in front of people, put yourself in a position to lead other people, because here's what I'm going to tell you. You will get good at it. You will get great at it. And ultimately, it's one of those things that you take with you wherever you go.
Yeah. I think Gary's the one that said this: if you're not feeling uncomfortable every single day, you're not growing fast enough. You're not growing enough. So our encouragement to you is go get uncomfortable, master these 3 little pieces of being a great leader, and give lots of love to KW Cares. They're impacting lives all over the United States and the world, and we're so happy to be a part of it. Thank you, guys. We appreciate you.
Thank you.
Multiply year 3. Woo! It's been awesome. Woo-hoo! We hope you agents and our guests, and I know there's a lot of people that are this is getting momentum. Over $500,000 raised for KW Cares. Never would have envisioned together. I know when we had this idea together to be able to do that. It's just amazing to see what great culture and what people can do together to raise funds for our other associates. So it's pretty cool. So this time, year 3, we got to get deeper. We got to bring them some history. And as you know, 20-year anniversary, 40-year anniversary for KW, 20 years for MAPS too. A lot of momentum milestones, which is pretty cool. Mo, I want to start with you, if I could, the history of KW Cares. You want to go ahead and share the folks and kind of tell them a little bit about it?
Well, when I moved to Austin to become Gary's partner and his first chosen CEO, I admired the Southwest office because they were constantly doing things for people. I saw them do funerals. I saw them take food to agents in their office that were ill, and on and on. Mow somebody's lawns who was sick. And I really, really, really admired them. And so a year or so later, Mary Tennant came to me and said, would you all like to take this thing that we call in our office, KW Cares, national, so that everybody could make a donation, get a tax deduction, and help our own family? And of course, I said yes. So we hired the attorneys, and soon we had all the paperwork signed, and we had a 501c3 called KW Cares. Then we began to educate our people about how it would function, what it was, how the little KW Cares and all their offices would take care of the small things. And then when something really big happened, they would participate in helping with it, but call on us to really be of help to them. And so we were so excited when we had $200,000 in the bank, Mike. Man, we cheered. And right after that, a thing happened that was big. It was called Katrina, the hurricane that hit the Gulf states. And we sat down, put a pencil to it when we found out how many agents had not only lost everything, but lost their car and couldn't access a place where you get your money. I forgot what it's called.
These acronyms, these agents, just say.
And they had no way of even getting cash they had in the bank because they were all underwater. And here we were with $200,000. And so we put a plan together. And the first thing we did is we called all the leaders, regional directors, everybody who worked in an office, team leaders, OPs. If you worked in any capacity for Keller Williams, you were on that call. And I said to the people on the call, we may have to pay for funerals. Everything is gone, houses, cars, everything. And we need $5 million by tomorrow. And everybody gasped on the phone. And I said, here's how we're going to do it. You're going to tell every single agent in your office that we need every agent to give $100. But we knew not everybody could. And we felt like our good cappers, the mid and middle range producers could probably do maybe 50 or 100. And to have a meeting with the top agents, and if they've really been blessed with lots of transactions, would they give maybe equivalent for 10 people or 20 people or 30 people? And let me tell you, our top people came to the table. It was the most amazing thing I ever saw. We encouraged those who couldn't give anything to go sell used books or maybe mow a lawn or do something to earn the $100 or the $50, whatever they felt they could do. And I want you to know, on December 31st of the year of Katrina, KW Cares had $5 million, $200,000, $5,200,000 in the bank at midnight, December 31st. That's the history.
That is amazing. Goosebumps for sure. As you know, we're sitting here in October and we've just had things in Maui and California and Florida and Georgia, and a lot of our associates are there. I'm sure even back at that time, you think about our agent count and what it is today. I think we can continue to make an impact in so many more people's lives. Thank you for that, Mo. We appreciate your leadership. I was going to ask Bev if I could. Beverly, 20 years of impact. Maybe talk a little bit about that for us.
Well, I was completely blessed when Mo and Mary came to me and a few others and asked us to be on the board. And that was 20 years ago. So I've been on KW Cares since its inception, and I got to see really what's such a blessing to me is I got to see Mo Anderson and Mary Tennant and the way they ran the KW Cares board and the way they set standards and they inspired and the way they protected our money so that the bulk of it went to all of the people in need. And what's so cool to me is as I hear the story, I think about, every day we talk about KW Cares as a family. And when catastrophic events happen or something happens in your family, you have the ability to rise up and help. And prior to KW Cares, I know we had incredible offices and leadership that always helped, but we actually have a system and a structure now that can help our KW Cares families and their families. And it's been such a blessing for me to be able to be involved in that and watch it. And, now I've had the honor of working alongside Mo as the vice chair of KW Cares. And such an amazing thing we've done because in 20 years, KW Cares has been able to help 6,200 KW families, and we've given $61 million. And
wow. My sound was a little bit off on my side. I thought did you say $6 million?
$61 million.
Wow. We should almost just, moment of silence for everyone. That is amazing.
I just feel like that's amazing. And it's all of our people bonding together and with great leadership on the leaders that started this and saw the vision of it, and Mary coming to Mo and Mo saying yes and everybody getting behind it. All of that vision has caused us to really be there for our families, for our KW families who we love and care about and go through times when they need our help. And you know what is so great about it that I want to add? I've gotten to also witness that every time we help somebody or we help an area like Florida or California or just wherever we've helped, those people who've been helped double down and help again and pass it on because they're so grateful. Mo, do you want to say anything about that? Because I can see you responding with a big nod on that.
Oh, yes, because they have experienced KW Cares and they know what it meant to them. An agent said to me one day, I'm tired of giving to, for hurricanes. And I said, okay, then when the one hits you, we won't help you.
Well, yeah, I think it's Doris Carlin.
What they say, Mo, we have to know what they say.
He looked shocked and he got the point. He said, okay, I get it.
Well, I was going to think of Doris Carlin, one of our other board members I know, and when Joplin, you would have thought, never going to be hurricanes or be these things, in the middle of the United States, and this tornado hits. And I've heard her tell stories about how giving they are, and it becomes part of your culture and part of your company. I know today a lot of our associates and guests have been listening to top agents pour into them around their business, tactics they can use today in real estate. But I would challenge you and ask you, we talk about God, family, business. And if you're around me a lot, I say that a lot because sometimes it could be flipped on its head and we really focus on the business. But I think once you dive into the other areas, I've really seen my business and my life, 10X, if you will, or 100X.
Well, what some top agents do is they'll give the business information and the business lesson, and then they'll go ahead and complete the class with this wonderful talk about paying it forward and first taking care of your own and then reaching out. And it's really interesting because it lets us know who doesn't get it.
Mm-hmm.
The ones who don't complete the lesson or the speech or the talk.
And maybe they just don't get it yet.
Oh, they will get it.
They will, because
if we ever have a chance to talk to them, honey, they're going to get it. Because we've got stories that would make them weep.
Yeah.
To that point, Mo, I'd love, you think about this now in our organization, if we have guests on, We talk about obviously earn $1 million, but now a lot of people are talking about give $1 million. And that leads into legacy, and you've been such a great leader in teaching us about this, or legacy, both of you, 20 years. I'm sure in some sense it's flown by, but you think about even just, 200,000 is still a great deal of money. Now we're giving $61 million. I still can't believe it. What is that legacy? And you guys are obviously, pioneering it for us.
Well, Keller Williams is a place where entrepreneurs thrive, but the real purpose of this company worldwide is to build careers worth having, businesses worth owning, lives worth living, experiences worth giving, and legacies worth leaving. Now, here's my thought. I believe when it's all said and done, that the legacy Keller Williams will leave is the legacy of KW Cares. No one, when they read the book that will be written, I hope, about our company, no one's going to care anything about the section that tells how many transactions we did, how many agents we did, what our volume was. When they read about how much we cared, I'm telling you, they're going to be excited. And I am so proud. All of us just are so proud of our company because we are following a spiritual principle that God teaches us. He teaches us, like Bev said a while ago, to take care of our own first and then reach out and take care of others. And so we do take care of our own family called Keller Williams family. And then on Red Day, we reach out and take care of others. Do people ever wonder why we were the fastest growing company in the world? We were the #1 company in the world. Well, I can tell you why. Because God blessed us because we followed his spiritual principle. And let me tell you, we have family hurting now. And I was on the phone yesterday with Maui ALC members. And all of us, needed to cry the whole time because I've never seen a tragedy with this kind of depth. The 1,000 people that are missing, I heard one of the announcers say that many and maybe possibly most of them are children. Now, you don't get tragedy as bad as that. And so I just thank everyone for giving. We're so appreciative. And I believe 80% of the money we get comes from command donations. Now that sounds wonderful, doesn't it? But only 11% donate through command. So my challenge to every single person is donate big on Mike Dooley's effort to raise money for KW Cares, but donate through command, because that is consistent giving. And right now we have 2 families hurting. We have Maui, and now we have North Florida, and probably where it goes next, Georgia, wherever it goes, it's going to be tremendous flooding. And when the water goes out of the houses that are flooded and have been hit by the hurricane now, there will be needs, big needs. 2 tragedies, not just one. And I beg you, if your commission check is big, then give a big donation. If your commission check is small, then donate a little bit. Or pick a nice number and donate the same amount all the time. But I like the big check, big donation, and the little check, little donation better. because we are in a season where Mother Nature seems to be kind of a little bit wild, and things are happening, and there are multiple things happening. And KW Cares has to have millions of dollars set aside because we don't know when they're going to happen.
Yeah.
So that we can take care of our family. And boy, do we need you to donate now because of Maui. Please, please.
Yeah, and we want to make sure we say the 11% of the agent count that is donating. We are so grateful. So we're not making light of that. We are really, really grateful because they're helping us with the consistency and what we can count on that's coming to KW Cares. So what Mo is saying is transactional giving. We did a little calculation, and as Mo just said, we realized that 80% of our consistency, our money that we can count on, comes from transactional giving. And we did a little calculation for 2022, and we figured out if every agent, not just 11%, but 100% of the agents gave only $5 per transaction. 5. That's a small number. And yet $5 for every transaction in 2022 would have brought $5.5 million to KW Cares in that 1 year, just through transactional giving, not counting the rest of the people that give out of their hearts throughout the year.
And the fundraisers.
So if we look at, for instance, Hurricane Ian, we gave out $3.6 million because of the effects of Hurricane Ian. And in order to do that, we had to dip into our reserves because it was more than we brought in a year. And our concern is, that's not an upward trajectory, and we won't be able to keep up with all of the disasters that are happening around the country, plus the individual situations that agents have occur within their families. So this is why we're really having this conversation, and Mo is pleading with us all to get to the consistency of the transactional giving, because we know we can count on that. And then we know that we can sustain KW Cares into the future. And that is, I hope for all of us, that's what we want to do. We don't want a heavy burden on any one person, but if we can spread it out over everyone and we can all care enough to give equally or some amount that feels comfortable for us. Hopefully $5 is comfortable out of every transaction. As Mo said, if you had a big transaction, maybe you'd consider more than 5. I know one of my associates gives $350 per transaction consistently every closing. And so we just want to say that, but we also want to greatly appreciate everyone who supports KW Cares, because if you listen to the stories and you watch the effects, and I had the opportunity to be on calls during the hurricane and talk to the people who were needing help. And when you hear people's voices, it makes me emotional. When you hear people's voices saying, thank you for calling, and we don't know what we would do without your help, it bonds you to what you're doing, and it bonds you to your family members. And so I think that's my biggest, heart throb about all of this.
Mike, could I give you the standard that Keller Williams established long ago? I would love it. Each agent gives something in transactional closings on command. Each market center gives a minimum of 5,000. Now, thank goodness we've got market centers who give 100,000. It's just, our people have such great hearts. And then the market center is expected to do one fundraiser per year. And then, of course, when we have a live auction or a silent auction, go buy lots of stuff.
And I'd also like to, if I could, I'd like to put one more challenge out there, and we'll have to carry it through. But the other challenge is that each region do one fundraising event per year for the entire region to participate in for fundraising. So that's a challenge we're putting out there, right, Mo?
I forgot that one. Thanks, Bev.
You're welcome.
Well, you guys are giving such great information. I was thinking about this. I almost want to challenge our organization and our people. Our 50-year anniversary, would be 2033. How great would it be if we gave $100 million by that time? I know with our efforts and really increasing this transactional giving, back to your point, it's really, we always talk about chunk it down. And I was just going to say, I was challenged. I've always given checks here and there, and it wasn't really probably strategic, but I would challenge the agents. How great would it be if you knew in your real estate business, you had 5 closings every month and they were guaranteed? Well, that's what we're asking for here. How easy is it for us to budget and plan and be strategic when we knew, oh, this transactional giving is giving all the time? So I told my wife, and I said, I really want to give 10,000 to KW Cares, but strategically. So I went out to our whole team, if someone needs an idea, and I said, how great to our real estate team. I said, how great would it be together if we gave $10,000? And I can see it on their eyes where they're going, well, that's a lot of money, different people. But I said, think about this. If we help 320 clients do real estate transactions this year, and we gave 3125 through command, then we would have $10,000. So that's only $31. And nowadays that's like 2 Starbucks. So I told everyone, I said, we can do this as a company, as a team. And I think you get energy around it. So I would challenge some of the mega agents to go out to their organizations and their team and maybe even say, hey, in our split, agent, would you give some and I give some? And that gets energy, and that gets all of us together. We're one team, as we always talk about. So when we did that math, it was really easy. I worked with my market center and I said, hey, from now on, 3125, and basically set it and forget it. So forever, every transaction just does that. And that's really going to add up. And you might look up and it might be 50,000, 100,000. If we had a lot of people doing that, we could really make some great change in this world, in this organization. So when anyone was hurting, we wouldn't necessarily have to go, let me look through a certain criteria. We have to do that to be a good fiduciary for our people. We want to do that for you as KW board members. But just to tell you, it's like, how great would that be if we had such a surplus? We could say yes, or, someone needs a certain area. We can really dig deep together as a family. So that's our challenge to you guys. And you're hearing it from 2 great leaders that have been doing it for 20 years. I was getting excited there. I had some energy going.
You, Mike. I love your
excitement.
Excellent.
But I was thinking, as you know, sometimes, and today is all about giving our agents tactics. Sometimes when we throw out these big numbers, and I see it all the time. I used to see people on stage say, oh, they did $100 million. Well, now we have people doing $1 billion, and that's teams in our organization. So it can be done. So you know what? Maybe if you're given 5 today, we'll push that up to 6. Just go ahead and incrementally give together. And, maybe make it a challenge in your office. Get everyone going and say, hey, I moved my closings to $7 this month, and get some energy around it. That's fun. That's one thing I realize about Keller Williams and what I love about you guys. This is not work, really. When you're around people you love, an organization you love, it's fun. So how do you make it fun around it? Mo, I would love it too if people emailed in, regions or market centers, tell us something really cool you're doing. Maybe everyone wore pink wigs for a day, and you paid $10 to wear a wig for the day. And we had fun, dunk tanks. We've heard so many good ideas come in from market centers and regions that just gives us such great joy. So we're excited to really give back to our people, right?
A group asked me to give a speech to their group recently, just last week. And I gave the speech on KW Cares. Well, actually, the speech was called the Keller Williams Philanthropic Model, because I included in that KW Cares Red Day, Kids Can. And at the end, I said, if every church, business, civic club would have a philanthropic model like ours, there wouldn't be any need for welfare. We could help the government save some money. And I just said, when you follow these spiritual laws of helping, giving, caring, and sharing, your bread comes back buttered. And they all laughed, and at the end they took this big collection, and I have this money, and a lot of it's cash. So when I make my trip to Austin, I'm headed to Lexi to give her the money. And then
don't tell anyone when you're traveling, Mo, if you're carrying
Oh,
on.
I won't. I mean, it's not a large amount of money, but it's a nice amount of money. And then I'm going to give them a couple of checks that people wrote as a donation to KW Cares. And I thought, what if agents gave talks at civic clubs?
I love that.
And then plant somebody in the audience that will say, why don't we take a donation for KW Cares?
You triggered one thing for me too. So I'm taking Bold right now, which I love. And I didn't keep track. Maybe it's like 11 or 12 or 13. Such an amazing program that's a gift to us as associates. And this most recent one, step 3, they were talking about time blocking. How cool would it be if it's not difficult, but if every associate in our company, maybe it was every Friday from 12 to 12:15, just wrote KW Cares, and it was on their calendar, and it was every Friday. And what they did is maybe one Friday they might, gift a coffee to maybe a homeless person. They might actually donate $5. They might maybe not eat lunch and then donate that $10 to KW Cares. But you just had it on your calendar, and it was every Friday from 12 to 12:15, 15 minutes. And maybe you thought about something. Maybe you just said, you know what, I'm going to send 5 gratitude texts to somebody and pay it forward. Well, all of that is around giving too. I think a lot of times our associates and people think it's all about money. Not necessarily. Sometimes there might be something, I would say, you don't know what someone's going through in their life. And you might just say, you know what, hey, I wanted to wish you an amazing Friday today. And maybe, and this is what Bold taught us too, is do it as a video, not as a text, because you don't get the true emotions. And that's why we're on video with you today, to pour it to you guys. Because if you were on audio, we know you would be texting and doing other things, but you're engaging and you're listening to us and you're going to give back. So I think that could be a huge initiative. Maybe we write that into Bold. Maybe it's KW Cares every Friday and they're time blocking, right?
Love it. Love it.
It's full of good ideas,
You
Mike.
are.
I think we have 7 hours to be with them today. Is that right? We know our associates, we know our agents. They got about 7 minutes, and we might have went over that. We appreciate them listening to us, and please keep those great ideas coming in. Let's continue to help our associates. As you know, there's been several things that have come in from Maui to Florida to Georgia to California, and we appreciate it. And we love it. We can tell someone, we got you. I know just a quick side story. We had someone that just started our organization in our region, and it was like a week later, we needed to reach out and take care of them. We don't care when you start, how long you've been here. If you're one of our family members, we take care of you. And that's what I love about this company.
Mike, I want to add one more thing to make sure everybody knows. We're talking about having fundraisers. And Mindy, who is on our staff for KW Cares, has created a list of ideas. So one of the challenges sometimes when we say fundraisers, people are a little limited, like, I don't know what to do. I'd love to do it. And so she has a list, and it's a live list because she's adding to it as new ideas come in. So be sure to go on the kwcares.org and look for that list, or email Mindy and she'll get it to you, because that'll also give you energy as you look at it, and you can see these are some really fun things to do that we can all do together, which, by the way, is also bonding, just to be able to do that stuff together.
Great reminder. And go ahead in the chat, tell us what your transactional giving goal is, maybe how you're going to fundraise, how you're going to do something else. Sometimes some people aren't creative and they need someone to go, oh, that's a really good idea. I do love golf. Let me golf with 4 people and do it for KW Cares.
Yes.
Any lasting thoughts from you guys? I know the organization would love to spend 10 hours with us, but any other last things as far as legacy or history?
Well, I'll just say, I'm grateful that I get to be part of a company that thinks this way. And, you know, we're all doing this together. We have great people. Our people step up when they need to. We have great leadership. And I love that we are a company of destiny, as Mo says. I love it when she says that. And our destiny is because we are living the principles that we've been taught we need to live and helping each other. And I hope that never, ever, ever stops. And in fact, I just want it to ramp up.
So you're with me, the drive for 100 million, right? We should get some.
I think it has to be bigger because I did the math. In 50 years, it has to be a lot more than 100 million. So I'm going to double you down on that one.
I love it.
Well, I would say in closing that I was reminded of how powerful all of this is when the spouse of an individual who received a large grant and probably wouldn't have made it without it said to me, I don't know what we would have done if it hadn't been for KW Cares. And it just reminded me how many people we have in this company who actually live to give, care, and share, and they sell real estate to be able to afford to do that. And that's kind of who we are, because we're either selling it real estate for our big why, to make our happy, make our families blessed. Or maybe you're like me. When I was 8 years old, I was really tired of being poor and wearing feed sack dresses and having holes in my shoes to go to school and having no running water and no bathroom inside the house. And I said to myself, I'm making a vow to me that when I grow up, I always make more money than I need. And real estate allowed me to do that. And I can't tell you the joy that I experience writing a check or handing cash to someone that I know needs help. And I'm just so thankful that I had the privilege of joining a company of like-minded people. And watching you do this has just been one of the greatest joys of my 86-year-old life. So keep it up, because as long as I live, I want to see it.
I love it. I was thinking in closing, if we could do a high five to each other, and I could have everyone throughout the globe do a high five, because 5 is our goal, right? So 5 in transactional giving, and everyone can remember that really easy. We'll give a KW Cares high five to each other, and everyone on the screens throughout the world give a high five on the screen. How's that sound?
But some of you do more.
Love you guys. Good times.
Thank you. Love you guys.
All right, guys, I am Nick Waldner, and I'm here on a balance board, and you're wondering, why is he on a balance board? What is he doing? I run a big real estate team in the state of Maryland, and I want to talk to you a little bit about First Dominoes. So this balance board that we got 3 days ago in my house, I have 3 kids, and one of the things I was reading about the development of kids, and especially in athleticism, balance plays a major part in the athleticism of a person. So one of the articles I read is why, rather than choosing a sport like soccer or baseball or whatever, and pouring your kids into that sport and only letting them play that sport and trying to get them the best they can be at that sport, it comes down to balance and athleticism. I would rather have a well-rounded child who could choose what sport or non-sports they balance board. My son and I come down, he's 5, I've got another one 2.5 and another one who's 7 weeks, so they're a little early for the balance board. But my 5-year-old and I come down every morning and we get on this balance board from anywhere from 3 to 5 minutes. And the amount of improvement I'm seeing in his motor skills just in the last 3 days, the amount of improvement I've seen on his ability to balance and roll back and forth like you just saw me do has been absolutely incredible. So I want to use that same understanding to talk about mentors. Like everybody has mentors, or at least they should have mentors. And I'm one of those people that I collect mentors like I couldn't imagine not having them. I want to grab as many as I can. I've got tons of questions. I'm a learning-based person. So I have 4 steps to choosing a mentor or how to properly connect with that mentor. And the first is show up. Decide who you want to learn from. Decide who you think is on a path that you might want to be on. And show up. If they're teaching something, if they're giving a lecture, if they're posting things online on YouTube or social or whatever, show up and listen. That's the first one, right? So now once we've done that, it's now time to ask questions. I'm sure all of you have taught before. And when the audience doesn't speak, when no one asks a question, when nobody has a follow-up, you start to wonder if you've even had an impact at all. So you want to be the one asking questions. Now, here's the most important one. There's next 2 are extremely important, but here are the 2 most important parts of this. You have to go implement what you learned. So you found that person, you showed up. Now you're asking questions and learning, but then you have to go back and you have to implement. You have to implement what you've learned. And why is that important? Because the last step is you have to come back and share your results. You discuss what happened. You tell them your failures, your success. Anyone who's teaching, anybody who's sharing their knowledge, anybody who's out there trying to get their knowledge, their success out of their head and into yours wants to know that they're making an impact. There's no better way to make an impact than to hear somebody who asks questions, who implements what you say, and then comes back and reports back of what worked and what didn't work. You know, I know for me, I have several mentees in my world that I absolutely adore when they come back with information about, hey, I tried this or I tried that and this didn't work or this did work, and we discuss it more and we get into it more. And those are the relationships, that mentor-mentee relationship that I think makes the biggest impact. So if you're out there, you're searching for a mentor, or maybe you have tons of mentors, there's 4 important steps. 1, show up, be there. 2, ask questions. Make sure that you're understanding what they're presenting or what they're teaching. 3, go out and implement it. You have to do something with what you learn. And then 4, come back and report back. Have the conversation about what worked and what didn't work. And you're going to see your relationship with that mentor or mentee change dramatically. All right, so there's one piece of advice. Here's another one that I want to give while we're on the topic of just, I would say, dealing with emotions, dealing with people. So 2 books that I love, Emotional Intelligence 2.0 and Emotional Intelligence from Daniel Goldman, both have been really impactful this year for me because I've learned that IQ is not what leads to our success. It's really our understanding of the emotional intelligence. So for all of you real estate agents who are out there and you're dealing with crazy, wild people who are angry and upset and emotional and frustrated, here's something that I've found works almost every single time. First, you have to understand that when someone is in an emotional state, their emotions are high, so their logic is low, right? They're not going to listen to you. Like I make the joke all the time when I tell my wife, calm down. Now, no husband in the world has ever said, calm down. And the wife said, oh yeah, okay, good idea. Like that's insane because the emotions are too high. There's no logic there. So The only way to work with a client who is highly upset and highly emotional is, imagine there's a box. Imagine there's an emotional box and your client is in that box and they are upset and they are mad and they are screaming and they're whatever. The only way for you to help that person is to get in the box with them. To get in the box and be just as upset, just as angry, just as mad. I can't believe that happened either. This is ridiculous. We have to do this, and get in the box. And what you'll find very quickly is there's not a lot of room in the box for two emotional people. In fact, one of them will oh, okay, yeah, I understand it. And they're going to start backing out of the box because you are showing up in the box. You're showing the same emotion. You're showing the same pain. You're showing the same desire that they have. And they will slowly back down and see how crazy you're acting and see how agitated you are, and they'll start to walk you down using logic. Now, you put yourself in that position, so it's very easy to come back and you slowly walk down into more logic. And I'll give you an example of this because I think it'll help. We had a client who the settlement was pushed, and the lender wasn't ready, and he freaked out and said, "This is ridiculous. This company needs to follow through with what they say, and this buyer's no good, and he's not going to be able to afford it, and I'm wasting my time, and you're wasting my time." And it was a whole thing. So what did I do? I got right in the box with them. I agree. Can you believe that a lender would tell us they're going to settle on a Wednesday, and then here comes Wednesday, and they're not even close, and now they're asking for another week? This is ridiculous. I mean, we could go back on the market and try to find another buyer and go through inspections. And it just really irks me that this person, and then all of a sudden they're like, well, no, I don't want to do all that. I don't want to go through inspections again, and I'm like, yeah, but it's a week. They want us to wait a week. Well, here's what we're going to do. We're going to go back and we're going to ask for the non-refundable deposit. We're going to ask to make sure. And now they're like, okay, that sounds good. Oh, all right, yeah, try that. And now I can calm them down, calm myself down, and then make that phone call and follow up whatever the next steps, and then call that client back and say either yes, it worked, and we should sign this extension, or no, it didn't work, but we should consider signing this extension anyway. We've all been in this business long enough that not everything closes on time. You're working with the wrong lender, you didn't pick the lender, whatever it may be. But you have to remember that when someone is in the emotional box, if you want to get them out, you got to climb in there with them. All right, guys, if that made any sense at all or helped you at all, I'm glad. Thank you very much for your donation, and thank you for being part of this great cause.
So many great nuggets. I loved, Mike, getting to hear your interview with Bev and Mo, because at the end of the day, the big takeaway I had from them was how many unique opportunities that we have to give to KW Cares, right? We always think of traditional transactional giving, and obviously they shared what a big splash we can do in making that. There's a lot of ways to get creative. But what I love most about the things that they say is that they put their money where their mouth is. Well, quite literally, Bev is putting her money where her mouth is. She's going to be doing a match, a $25,000 match for donations we can get through the end of our event today. So right now we're at $161,000. And if we can get $25,000 worth of gifts from the 195 people on this call, plus all of our friends in our market centers, then we will be able to get that number all the way up to 211 with our match from Bev. So guys.
Did you say $25? I couldn't hear you. Here, talking to the microphone. Did you say $25?
$25,000.
Wow, that's awesome. Let's get that match going. I know we can do it. A quick math, I'm not really that smart, but I think it's to be 211,000. We would push over almost to our $350,000 goal. We can do it, guys. We need your help.
We do absolutely need your help. So remember, one easy way that you can do that is by joining as a member of our VIP. So we've got that link down in the chat below. Use the keyword upgrade to be able to spend your $74.99 or whatever it is to get all of the advantages of being a VIP member today. And more importantly, Bev will match your $75 for each person who does that here today. We're so
I was
excited.
just gonna real fast. I was gonna do some quick math. I heard Bev and Mo say this. We've given away $61 million in KW Cares. And we haven't done all the analytics, but I believe we have. We've looked at some of the Fortune 100 companies in the world, and none of them have given away that much to their associates. None, zero, but Keller Williams, which is pretty cool. But they also said we've given 6,200 families donate a grant through KW Cares. And I did some quick math. If we had those people do $4, we would do another 25,000. That would match Bev's 25. We'd have another $50,000 toward our total.
Mike over there.
All that math I'm doing?
Yeah, you are doing math. What are those things called where it's got the like little beads on it that people push back and forth?
Abacus.
An abacus. Yes. Mike's over there doing some quick math, figuring it out. You're absolutely right. Mike, any takeaways you've had today?
So much good stuff. And here's the great thing is I had several people in our Northwest Arkansas not use the bathroom all day. How crazy is that? Just so you know, you can use the bathroom. This is recorded. So all the attendees, and thank you again for attending, we will make sure you get that recording because I know, Nick, there's so many great speakers. Gene Rivers, oh my God, I was like writing notes. We will have this recorded so you can hit pause and you can go ahead and write that down and you can implement that in your business. Here's something else. I have the 24-hour rule. Kelly, have you ever heard of my 24-hour rule?
I mean, I think I know what your 24-hour rule is, but tell me.
I'm going to get a t-shirt for you. But basically, how many times do you go to an event or you go to a conference or you go somewhere and you have all these notes and then a week later you go, oh, I had all those notes. So I have a 24-hour rule. If you don't do it within 24 hours, you won't do it. So pick 2 or 3 things from today, put them on your calendar, put it on the calendar tomorrow and say, I'm going to review X to help you in your business. So one of them should be to do the $5. Give me a high five. I haven't given you a high five lately. High five. $5 on your transactional giving. And I love it that our team already put it in the chat for you. You can go right there and it's in KW Answers, how to do that in your command to make your life really easy.
Mike, what I love that, right? If we put that on our calendar, it'll happen. But a lot of our agents on here are part of teams or have a transaction coordinator. Right now, pull out your phone and shoot them a little text that says, I need you to make sure that you put $5 a transaction on, because let's be real, if you have a talented admin who's helping you out, you're probably not the person who's likely to remember to do this every time you have a closing. So let's leverage our amazing humans to be able to give in such a great way. But
I don't know if you heard in the video, but mine's 3125. So if anybody's competitive, you know, hey, the Dooley Group, my team is doing 3125. So just so you know, it's simple. I said $10,000 and I divided it by our goal. I actually already know I did business planning with Jeff Glover. He's awesome, by the way. And I know he's coming. Just so you know, our goal for 2024 is 419 deals. So I need to talk to our transaction team and let them know, all right, what is that? We need to double that to 20,000. What does that equal? If I have
I was just about to say, I was just about to say, we can't change the number. You're going to just have to have a much, much, much bigger number. I love it.
Exactly.
Awesome. Well, you know, Mike, earlier you called me the Jay Papasan to your Gary Keller. And to me, it makes sense just to bring out the real McCoy. I'm so excited for you guys to get to hear from Jay today. And obviously we get to see him on the big stage, but I mean, I hope you feel the same way I feel today. This is much more intimate, right? When we get to connect very closely. And so without further ado, I'm going to bring up Jay.
Hey everybody, Jay Papasan here. I'm the VP of Strategic Content at KWRI. I'm happy to teach a short class on giving for our good friends at KW Cares, one of my favorite causes to raise money for, and that's why you're here today as well. At Family Reunion this year, my wife and I got to teach class on giving. It's something that over the years I've taught many times, And I'm going to give you some of the highlights, not the full hour and 15-minute class, but some of the big nuggets about how we can give more and how we can think bigger about it. I think people have a lot of misconceptions around giving and charity. They think that's for when they have money. But actually, I think we've developed a model, one that's going in a future copy of The Millionaire Real Estate Agent, that will help you think about giving just a little bit differently. So I'm going to dive right in, share my screen. We call the class Give a Million, but you know, if you've studied The Millionaire Real Estate Agent, that we think about the 4 original levels. You have to think $1 million before you can earn $1 million. You have to earn $1 million before you can receive $1 million. And to net $1 million, you have to receive $1 million first. Well, over the years, we've asked the question, how big would you have to grow your business in order to give $1 million away? One, that's a great goal to have lifetime, but how big would it have to be to give it away in a single year, right? We know that this is possible. The numbers seem daunting, but we also know how fast this industry is changing and how big some of the businesses in it are getting. So that's the ultimate goal, right? How can we model a business so big that we could give away $1 million a year? I mean, think about that for a second. Doesn't that actually sound kind of amazing when you think of it that way? Oh, little error there. Sorry about that. Stop share. There we go. I want to get my face back on the screen. So think about, like, how much fun would it be for you to be able to write checks for your favorite causes, KW Cares, KW Kids Can included, I hope, and those kinds of amounts, right? What change could you create in the world? I believe it's a question worth asking. And I'm going to walk you through some steps on how we can start giving long before we get there. All right, so first up, let's go through the 5 steps. First and foremost, we can give our gratitude. We can then give our time, right? Before I have any money or time, I can just say thank you for other people that are also out there doing the good work. We can give our time long before we have money. Now let's look at the third step is actually writing checks, especially checks that might be meaningful. A lot of people don't realize that the greatest gift we can give some of the charities that we love is actually our leadership. The kind of skills that we develop running a small business or a large business are invaluable in the nonprofit world. And finally, like on a big level, think, Warren Buffett, Bill Gates, we can give our wealth, right? What do we leave behind as our own kind of legacy? So let me walk you through these steps and kind of see where we fall on each of them. First is give your gratitude. There's a fair amount of research out there that when you give thanks to people who are giving, they're more than twice as likely to give again in the future. If you thank people in the midst of an actual fundraiser, people will jump in and give more as well. So you can be a tailwind for other people just by being a good cheerleader. So even if you have nothing else to give, we can always give our gratitude. This little gem actually came to me years ago. I was talking to a friend about giving and the lessons I'd been learning. I had a good leader that kind of taught us to give here in the building. One of our former presidents, Mary, she looked around and here are all these people making a good living in a tough time, right? Remember, this was during the Great Recession, but we're giving each other professional gifts, the kind of things that happen in the office. Should I get this book for so-and-so? Maybe a bottle of this for that person. And a lot of them felt a little bit obligatory. She brought our leadership council together and asked the question, instead of doing all of this kind of professional giving, what if we as departments and chose to give back to our community instead? And that was a really formative moment for myself, my wife, Wendy, and a lot of us that worked here. And I remember I was running KWU at that time. We picked a charity. It was a local home for young girls in foster care. And we started raising money for them. And the first year, I think we raised like $4,000 or $5,000. We did a clothing drive and a Christmas gift guide. And it didn't feel like a lot compared to some of the numbers that we see today. But for all of us, it was our first ever attempt to run a fundraiser. And then for the next few years, we staged concerts with a local band that gave us their time, and we learned to give even more. But that's where it started, right? It started with someone challenging us, hey, maybe you can't raise the checks, but you can give your time and you can create a bigger outcome than maybe you could personally writing a check. So boom, give your time. Volunteer in your community. volunteer for a charity, volunteer in your office. Most of our offices have some sort of committee that either works with KW Cares, or you have some version of that that's purely local for your office. Step up, do some of the fundraising. It doesn't have to be huge. You don't have to run a big event like this. You can have a bake sale. You wouldn't be surprised how little donations add up. The giant donors for most charity, when they track it year over year, they account for 20 to 25% of all the donations. Yes, there are people who show up and write the big checks, but that also means that 70 to 75% to 80% of all the fundraising that happens is small donations, right? It's the plate that gets passed at church and people put in what they can. So fundraising can happen at any level. Don't judge it just by how much you can do with a single item. So I love volunteering in our community. We're trying to teach our kids to do that on holidays, volunteer for a charity, giving your time. Actually, I would say time might be our most precious asset. Don't devalue it, right, when you think about giving. Next up, what everybody says, give your money. I'm going to go through 3 quick ways that you can amplify that. One is a say yes fund. The other one is making it automatic. And the last one is matching funds. And I'll give you a bonus one on top of that as well. So when I talk about a say yes fund, after that pivotal moment where Mary kind of changed the culture here in our office, and everyone started focusing on maybe giving back more than giving to each other, my wife and I asked the question, how can we be the kind of coworker when our neighbor comes around and they're raising money for maybe a local scout troop or some cause of their own, anything from Girl Scout cookies to whatever, instead of like closing the door and diving behind the desk to hide, like how do we become the people that just always say yes? And you know me, I started, wondering like, what are the numbers behind this? And I just said, let's go back and add it up. About how many times did we get asked last year? My wife worked in a very big real estate office with, at that time, I want to say, gosh, close to 700 or 800 agents, so huge office. So she was interacting with a lot of people that had opportunities to say, hey, will you donate to my cause? We added it all up and we figured maybe 50 times a year. And then we worked backwards from our budget. If we think that we can set aside X dollars for the year, just put it in our savings account and just kind of earmark it for giving, how much can we give? And just say yes every time. And I remember that first year we agreed that we could probably give $25 every time somebody asked us. And that was our say yes fund. Someone would come by, hey, I'm raising money for this. It's great. I'm in for $25. Hey, I'm running a race. Will you sponsor me? I was like, yes, figure it out. I'll give you $25. How many per mile is that? Whatever that is. And it made a lot of people happy. It was a great place to come from. And over the years, we budget differently now. We can say yes at higher fees. We can say yes, right, to doing a bigger check because we've already budgeted for it. The key here is you set it aside in advance. You agree with your partner or your spouse, whatever that looks like for you, maybe your partner in your business. Like, how much are we dedicating so we can just be the people that say yes? Make it automatic. If you've ever worked in a big corporate job and had a 401k, everybody kind of frets about setting aside 6% or whatever of their paycheck and having it disappear from their income. The point is, like, after the first couple of checks, most people forget that they're giving, right? And they're giving, in that case, to their investment portfolio. With Keller Williams, guess what? The default answer, if you joined us, is that you give some small amount to charity. But you can go in and work with your local office, go into your command settings. You can increase that. One year, and my wife's team, we all agreed that we would give, I think it was $25 or $50 a transaction. And we ended up being in the top 10 givers for KW Cares, right? And $50 out of a transaction, you know how much we get in commissions. It didn't feel like a lot, but it added up over the course of the year when everybody pitched in. So make it automatic. Just say, how much are we going to give in the future? It's going to get taken off right there before the cut gets checked and sent and deposited to your account. You won't even notice that it's gone. Another trick is if you're at a fundraiser. I love the idea of doing matching funds. Maybe I can only give $200. Maybe I can only give $500. I guarantee you, anybody that raises funds for any of these organizations that you love, they love to hear, hey, I can only give $500, but can we do this as a matching funds? So when they're doing the announcement, hey, someone has agreed to match the next $500 in donations, yeah, you wrote a check for $500, but you generated another $500, right? And the bigger the check, the more fun it is. And people now are trying to reach into their pockets that might not have, because like their dollars feel like they count twice too. All right, the bonus one that I was going to share with you. My friend Ben, who I used to teach this class with, he kind of taught me this because he thinks really big. He would reach out to a local organization that was doing something in their community, and he would say, how much does it cost to be a sponsor at this? And he would just always ask, great, if it costs like $2,000 to have a booth at the local whatever it is, like what would it cost to be the title sponsor? And he found in general that the gap between sponsoring something, getting a booth or having a presence, and being the title sponsor, right? That meant that every time they announced the such and such event, it would also brought to you by the name of your team. When you're the title sponsor, you get to participate in all the signage, you get to participate in all the announcements. And it wasn't that many times more the lower fee. So if you're going to give the money, you could always ask the question, does it make sense to give more and get massively amounts more benefit for it? And I'm going to pause here because this is where we intersect with one of my favorite books on giving. So it's not homework, but if you haven't read Adam Grant's book, Give and Take, what I love about this book when we got to interview him, Gary did, is the idea of strategic giving. And strategic giving just means it's okay as a business person to give and get something in return. That's not why we're ultimately giving, but it's also not wrong. A lot of times we feel like it has to be completely selfless for it to count at all. No, you can actually accomplish both. And the idea of actually giving more so that your business and your business partners and the people who work for you and with you get a bigger benefit from it, the leads, the exposure, there's nothing, absolutely nothing wrong with it. And he tells story after story after story of individuals and businesses that choose to strategically give. And that just means you're being smart, folks. So don't judge it if you get something in return. Look in your heart. That's not ultimately why you're doing it. If that's the only reason you're doing it, okay, maybe so. But you can get benefit from giving. And I can tell you, it's one of the most powerful things you can do as a business person is be generous. People get attached to the missions that you get attached to, and they want to help you drive those causes as well. All right, so give your leadership. When we think about that being the fourth step, and I'm going to show you real quick and we'll walk through this. This is kind of like the next level up. You're running a business, you're operating in a business or a market center. Hey, this is KW, right? We learn a lot about how to run great businesses here. Step up, volunteer. Have you ever thought about volunteering to serve in a local charity, right? Have you volunteered to lend your leadership to drive their sales or their marketing? There are skills that we have that are not always common in the nonprofit world, right? Take your local KW Cares Committee and raise your hand. One, leadership is hard. It's hard anywhere, nonprofit or for-profit, but it's a great experience to develop you as a future leader, and you're doing it for a great cause. Lending your influence. I remember there are people that go into these drives and they just use their social presence and they use it to amplify the causes that they care about, right? If that's what you choose to do, you can do it at a really high level. My friend Brandon Turner, he used to be with Bigger Pockets. Now he's got a podcast called Better Life. He gets a certain amount of ad revenue from every episode of his podcast. When you're a guest on that podcast, he says, what charity would you like the ad revenue from your episode to go to? And he gives that away in perpetuity. All right, that's strategic giving. He's giving his influence to other people's causes. And all these great things are happening. The episode that Wendy and I were on, we chose a local nonprofit called Red Oak Hope. You might remember them if you're an OG Keller Williams. We brought the founder of that on stage at one of our inspirational brunches with Mo. It's great. It helps save trafficked women. And that was a cause that we wanted to support. Well, guess what? The founder of that charity that's very popular here in Austin heard from a friend that heard the podcast that we had said that on the podcast. Guess what she did? She went out and shared it with every single donor in the Red Oak Hope database, which, by the way, now Brandon Turner, who was giving away all of his ad revenue, is also increasing his audience. Strategic giving through influence and helping other people accomplish their goals. All right, I'm running out of time. I don't want to monopolize this event, but we've got one more step. The last step is to give your wealth. It feels like this is one of those things that just happens in the distant future. I can tell you personally, Wendy and I never thought about having a will until we had kids. And it was one of those adulting moments that's really gross and depressing, but you got to do it, right? What happens when we're gone? Well, if you get to a certain level of success, that question of what happens when we're gone, it is not necessarily fun, but you can also think about a legacy, right? There are lots of examples of business people who built something, a business worth owning, as we would say. And as a result of that, when they left this world, they left an amazing legacy. Chuck Finney, if you've read about him, he's the guy who started Duty Free, grew it into like a $1.6 billion revenue company. And this, by the way, is before the tech unicorns. This is duty free. This is going into the airport to buy whatever it is, candy, chocolates, whatever. He quietly moved 100% of his stock into his favorite philanthropies. Just gave it all away. The guy who founded 4 Hour Energy, early on, they called his book, I think it's called The Billionaire Monk. He pledged to give 90% of his wealth away. Guess what? When you do those sorts of things and people understand that the organization that they work for is doing more than just creating a profit, folks, your employees, the people that work with you, become evangelists for your business, because now it's just not about selling houses or selling duty free or 4 Hour Energy. It's about a cause that's much bigger than that. That's the trick that a lot of people miss. When you connect a mission to your business, and it's a giving mission, which is what we're here today. Long time ago, Gary connected KW Cares to KW. Mo Anderson helped grow that, Mary Tennant. We've had a long line of people who've helped perpetuate this idea that our company can be connected to a very important mission. You're here today because of that. It's one of those feel goods, right? It's not just fighting with a co-op agent to get that negotiation done for your client. It's not all of the other hard things that we do. We also know that our work can matter in ways that we never expected. When disasters happen, the funds that we raise today at moments like this help our teammates and their families and their clients. So it's amazing, much more than just selling houses, which I do believe is very important. We can make an impact. So I hope you can remember that. I want you to think first about, if you can't afford to give anything else, give your gratitude. That's step number 1. 2, you can give your time. That might be one of the most valuable things you'll ever give, and you can do amazing things just by giving your time. Give your money, do it strategically, give your leadership, show up, lend your influence, lend your leadership to organizations. And finally, at a certain point, could you think about leaving a legacy? This thing that you work so hard for, could it help a whole other generation of people beyond just the homeowners that you help today? Anyway, hope you love this little pep talk on giving, on a day of giving, where we celebrate giving and this company and this charity. Please reach out to me. I'm easy to find, Jay Papasan. I think there's only one out there, so I can't hide from you on social. Hope you enjoyed this. Let's raise a lot of money today. Thank you so much for being here.
Hello, Keller Williams family. My name is Caroline Huo, and it is an honor to spend time with you today. It is a true pleasure. Thank you. Thank you for contributing to KW Cares. Your donations directly impact the lives of those in need, especially the Keller Williams family. We are deeply grateful for your support and your time today. So today, what are we talking about? I thought I'd like to share with you a few things that I have learned recently, which has helped us realign, re-energize, and multiply our business. And I thought you would benefit from it too. As we've all experienced, these last few years have been unpredictable, fast, ever-changing, moving at a rapid speed. And many of us may be feeling a little panic, a little overwhelm, exhaustion, and just flat burnt out. And that is understandable. It is normal. It is common. And the magic question is, how do we get back up? How to re-energize? how to re-engage. So today I want to share with you a few things I've learned from sitting in the audience with Gary Keller and John Maxwell to all help us do the same so that we may all multiply our businesses. So let's talk about burnout. What is it? You know, they talk about agent burnout. Really? Does it really happen? Of course it does. So burnout is what I've learned, a state of emotional, physical, and mental exhaustion caused by excessive, prolonged stress. Now, burnout, what that means is closely linked to the misalignment between someone's daily activities, passions, and long-term goals. When there's a lack of harmony among all of these elements, it can really lead to feelings of disengagement, exhaustion, and loss of motivation, contributing to burnout. So in short, burnout is a misalignment with what you're doing and the passion and desire associated with it. So how do we recover? I would advise to take time. A good exercise would be to take time, a day, a weekend, even a week to reassess, because when you take time and you slow down, you can evaluate things with a clear mind and from a satellite level. So number one is to take time and reassess. Reassess what you're doing. Why are you doing it? Are you still enjoying what you're doing? Are you working in your gift zone? And if not, who can help you? Who can take some of that burden off so that you are in your gift zone? Sometimes our whys have changed and we don't even know it. We're not even conscious of it. Our whys from 2-3 years ago may have changed because life happens. Have you had time to sit back and really reassess your why? And is your why what you think you need to be saying, or is it truly, truly your why and yours alone? Sometimes we think our why should be what other people's whys are. So once you've clearly reassessed, then the second step is to come up with a plan by realigning yourself with your why. Realign yourself with your why and get very, very clear. So with realignment, you want to plan. So maybe a new GPS is needed. Misalignment can be cured by the right activities. Gary said this, misalignment can be cured by the right activities. So does your calendar match your goals? Where will you invest your time, not spend it? Now, everything else is a distraction. We hear that all the time. But where will you invest your time, including your personal relationships? What are the relationships that matter? So number 3 would be to re-engage with purpose. When we ask, does your calendar match your goals? It means looking into who you are inviting to spend your time with. Are your activities contributing to your goal, getting you closer to it, or is it taking you away further from your goal? That includes your personal relationships as well. Ryan Holiday, one of my favorite authors, was at CEO Summit at Family Union. He was on stage and he said something that shook me to the core. He said, procrastination is arrogance because you assume there's a tomorrow. Tomorrow is not promised, it is not given. So procrastination is arrogance, assuming there's a tomorrow. And that to me really put a mirror to myself and ask about my personal relationships, because we tend to get so busy with business and we want to crush business that often it takes precedence over our important relationships. So that's what resonated with me. So I've changed that direction in my own life. So now we're talking about investing our time. And when John Maxwell was asked how to design a life worth living while crushing business goals, not just meeting, but crushing, he said this. I'm going to share this with you. Before making any decisions regarding where to invest your time, John says this is what you should do. It's the 3 R's. Number 1, what is required of you? That's the first R. What is required of you? What are your must-dos? Any realistic assessment of priorities in any of your life must start with a realistic assessment of what you must do to be a good spouse, a good partner, a good parent, a good sibling, a good friend. What is required of you? To satisfy your employer, what must you do? If you lead others, then what must you personally do that cannot be delegated to anyone else? Where should you invest your time with the people who are on your team? Number 2 is what gives you the greatest return, ROI. We're familiar with that term. As you progress in your career, you begin to discover that some activities yield a much higher return for the efforts than others. So after determining requirements, focus on what activities will give you the highest return on your time, your ROI. Number 3 is what gives you the greatest reward. If you only do what you must do, what is required, along with what is effective, generate the most ROI, then you'll probably be highly productive, but you may not be content. So I think it's also important to consider what gives you personal satisfaction. So he notes, and this is very important, that you must answer these questions in order. Ask these questions and answer these questions in order. Many of you would love to skip down to number 3. I know I would, and focus on the most rewarding and fun, exciting activities, but no one can be successful who doesn't possess the discipline to take care of, number 1, the requirement, and number 2, the activities that generate the most ROI before adding the third. So that was lengthy, but I hope that this gave you some fuel to rethink and recharge for the end of the year. And with that, I want to wish you good health, great success, and no regrets. Again, thank you for donating to KW Cares, for spending time with us today. And just remember, the KW community takes care of KW family. That's our culture. That's who we're about. I hope to see you in person soon. Be well.
Hey, Jeff Glover here, and I'm excited to share with you the tactics that we're using to generate leads through social media. Before I jump in, if you're not familiar, I've been listing and selling real estate now for 21 years. This May was entered into my 21st year, if you can believe that. And here's why I think you might get some value out of today's session, because I'm still in it with you. I'm still personally listing and selling between 7 to 10 homes per month. Our team here in the great state of Michigan is selling around 1,000 transactions per year. And that's not with like hundreds of agents. That's with about 35 agents. And so one of the ways that we generate business today is through social media. And I'm going to share with you the techniques that we're using and the things that we've implemented to generate more leads through social media. First things first, everyone must have a social media calendar. So moving forward, I don't want you posting haphazardly. I don't want you posting when you think about it. Instead, when you have great ideas for posts, document them. Take out your cell phone, open up a little note, and make a note of the idea for your post. Save the photo with it, save the video with it, or whatever. You should have a social media calendar that you follow in which every day you're posting something different. So you have your Monday post all ready to go, your Tuesday post, your Wednesday post, your Thursday post. All of it is already mapped out and ready to go. Now, we have a social media calendar that we follow. I'll share it with you. It's a free resource. You can go to gloveru.com/social to get your hands on that. That'll share with you exactly what we're posting, when we're posting, and a bunch of other good social media tips. Again, that's gloveru.com/social. That's point number 1. No more posting haphazardly. Start using a social media calendar. Number 2, you should be utilizing Facebook groups to the highest level right now. Specifically a neighborhood Facebook group and a very important client Facebook group. I've been teaching agents about the neighborhood Facebook group for years now. And if you don't have one in your neighborhood, you should create one. If there's one that already exists, you should create a niche group, a boaters group, a golfers group, a fitness group, a health group, a mom's group, a dad's group. Create some type of Facebook group for your neighborhood to create a bigger database for yourself, to put yourself in a position to create more relationships and get more business for your neighborhood. And once you've done that, then I want you to create a very important client Facebook group, a very important client Facebook group. This is the place where you house all of your clients. Think of it as like today's version of the pop by. Now, when you post in there, they get notified. You do giveaways. You go live once per week, or maybe you go live once per month. And then once a week, you have other types of posts. You know, week 1, you share market stats. Week 2, you announce a giveaway. Week 3, you actually do the giveaway. Week 4, you cover, you know, what took place that month. Every week, you should have a different theme for your post, following a social media calendar, for your post in your very important client Facebook group. All of your clients should be in there. Every time you create a transaction, whether it's a buy side or a sell side, you should be encouraging them to get in that group. How do you get them into that group? By letting them know the value in that group. Maybe you're just sharing market stats. Maybe you're doing giveaways. all of your clients moving forward should be in your very important client Facebook group. And that is number 2. Number 3, I want you to write down hamburger, not hot dog. Don't laugh, just write it down. Hamburger, not hot dog. Write it down. Hamburger, not hot dog. What do I mean by this? Well, too many of you are out there taking photos like this. All right. You remember back in elementary school, maybe some of you do, a hot dog, turn your paper hot dog style, hamburger style. Hamburger, not hot dog. Why? Because you don't scroll on social media left and right. You scroll up and down. So when you take a photo like this, you're actually going against the format and guidelines of Instagram and Facebook. When you take your photos and videos like this, it automatically is formatted to fit those social media sites. So moving forward, same thing with your videos. If you're having videos made today, we don't have videos made horizontally anymore. Even when we do listing videos, they're all made vertically. Why? Because everyone is searching social media on their phones, and you want it to be formatted to the phone. Just remember, hamburger, not hot dog. Hamburger, not hot dog. All right, that's number 3. Next, I want you to take advantage of the Instagram and Facebook Reels while they're hot. Take advantage of the Instagram and Facebook Reels while they're hot. Facebook and Instagram are at war with TikTok, and they're doing everything they can to bring traffic back from TikTok onto their sites. And how are they doing that? They're doing it by, when you create a reel, they're doing everything they can to make sure it gets exposure. Listen, if a 9-year-old can create a reel, a 19-year-old, a 29-year-old, a 39-year-old, a 49-year-old, 59, 69, 70, so on, can create one as well. It's super simple to do nowadays. They've made it so simple so that way you can create your own. You're going to get good exposure that's going to turn into opportunities. Well, what do I post about? Go back to that social media calendar. Again, if you want to get your hands on ours, you can do so. That's glovery.com/social if you want to get our social media calendar with a bunch of ideas for posting for your reels. Next, I want you to write down, I want you to consider using different copy for each platform. Consider using different copy for each platform. Copy is what you say. Copy is essentially the content of your video, the content of your post, what you're going to type. That's your copy. Why would I want to use, because you're going to say, well, Jeff, I can just use the share feature right now. If I post it to Instagram, it'll share this, it'll share over there. Don't do that. Why? Because each of the platforms today, Instagram has a different demographic than Facebook. TikTok has a different demographic than Instagram. Each platform today has a different demographic. And so I want you to be mindful of that demographic when you're posting. By the way, guess who has the largest audience of 35 to 54-year-olds? Facebook. Guess today, which is the largest audience of people listing homes for sale? 35 to 54-year-olds. People ask me all the time, Jeff, you spend a lot of time emphasizing Facebook. A lot of your strategies are more Facebook. Why don't you talk about Instagram as much, or TikTok, or whatever? Because I prefer to work with sellers, and there's more sellers that hang out on Facebook than any one of the other platforms. All right, that's next. Write this down, please. Facts tell, but stories sell. Facts tell, but stories sell. The better you can become at telling a story, the better you can become at letting us know why the seller is moving, how long they've lived there, how many kids they've raised there. The more you can tell stories about a transaction, even a buyer, why they chose the home, how long they've been looking, where are they moving from, the more stories you can tell, the more engagement you're going to get in your social media post. Facts tell, but stories sell. Stories will get you likes, stories will get you clicks, stories will get you comments, stories will get you shares. Make sure you're doing a better job of telling stories and writing and actually taking in consideration writing out your copy. Next, I want you to stop sharing back and forth from your business page. There's no value in doing so. I want you to create a new post from your personal profiles. Please know you're going to get more organic business that doesn't cost you a dime from your personal profiles than you will your business profiles. So stop sharing back and forth. I see agents do this all the time. They'll create a post on their business page and then they'll share it to the personal. No, just copy and paste the text. Make sure you're telling a story and bring it over to the personal side and create a new post altogether. All right. Stop sharing from your business pages. Next, and don't get mad. Stop using Canva on your personal profiles. Stop using Canva on your personal profiles. It's hurting your engagement. Do you ever notice when you use Canva and you put a post out there and all of a sudden the image looks really cool? Like, oh my gosh, I just spent 15 minutes creating that or 30 minutes creating that. This is an awesome image. And you might even have some good copy to go along with it, but no engagement. What's going on? How come no one is engaging with my post? Why is that? Well, that's because Facebook and Instagram prefer organic photos, in the moment type photos. They don't want you selling their audience on something. So they can detect when the image has words and phrases and a .com and your face and a logo and all this. They can detect that, and guess what? They hide that. Stop using Canva on your personal profiles. You'll get better results. I can promise you that. Next, right now, you should be doing a lot more of this, and that's promoting your buyer success stories. Why should we be promoting buyer success stories right now? Because buyers are discouraged because of interest rates. And say if they think today's the worst time to buy, you should be sharing the success stories that you're having with other buyers. There's really 3 areas that you could share that'll create a solution that'll cause people to reach out to you, and I'll share those with you now. Number 1 would be time saved. Whenever you're in a position to save a buyer time. Congratulations to the Johnsons. I got their offer accepted in just 18 days. Wow, that's fast. Because the buyer's perception today is that everything's taking a long time. It's taking so long with all the multiple offer situations to get offers accepted. Time saved is number 1. Number 2 is money saved. Hey, congratulations to the Johnsons. I just saved them $8,000 on their home inspection or whatever. You got money for concessions, or maybe you got the house for below the asking price. You should be promoting money saved, because why? People think they're paying too much in interest. So if you can show them that maybe they can get a better deal, they might be more likely to jump off the fence. And the third thing you should promote on the buyer success stories would be multiple offers won. Whenever you can win in a multiple offer situation, that's a big deal. People love beating out other offers and seeing people win in multiple offer situations. That's an attraction for somebody to want to work with you. Wow, every time I turn around, this agent is beating out other offers for their buyers. This is somebody I would want to work with. So promote your buyer success stories on social media. Next, become a master at short form and long form video. Become a master at short form and long form video. Those two aren't going anywhere. In fact, if you look at it, the 2 most popular websites today, Google, YouTube. They're much more popular than Facebook, than Instagram, than TikTok, than any of these others. YouTube and Google. So therefore, you're even seeing YouTube get into a little bit of the social media game with YouTube Shorts. Everyone watching this should have a YouTube channel. You could easily build your YouTube channel just by creating a Facebook Live. You download your Facebook Live to your computer. You upload it to Google. It's going to give you a unique link. Take it a step further. You can actually take that unique link. I said Google, I'm sorry, YouTube. You can take that unique YouTube link. You can drop that into an email blast. Imagine if you create a great video sharing a success story with a buyer, and you take that video over to your CRM and you drop that and you embed it into an email. Subject line, hey, I bet you thought right now is not a great time to buy. And in the video, you're talking about how you saved your buyer money, you won in a multiple offer situation, and how happy they are. Take advantage of the short form and long form videos features that exist today on social media, and you'll find yourself generating more leads. Again, if you want the entire social media guide, you can go to glovery.com/social, get a bunch of social media ideas from there. And I enjoyed spending some time with you today, sharing with you the tactics that we're using to generate leads on social media. Again, my name is Jeff Glover. I'm from Detroit, Michigan. Thank you so much for your time, and good luck.
I'm Kristen Oaktar, and I joined Keller Williams April of last year, so I've been with them almost a year. October, I was having some issues and I went to see my doctor. I was diagnosed with stage 3C colon cancer. I'm 40 years old. I'll add in that I was married for 15 years and my husband and I have 2 beautiful children and we divorced in July. So that was tough. And then having this diagnosis was even tougher. It's been awful. The side effects, I've had like every single one of them. On my down weeks where I'm really sick and I need help, you know, my daughter will help cook for my son and bring me anything I need. They're what keeps me going. Because I will be honest, I've wanted to quit so many times through my rounds because it's so tough. But I look at them and I'm like, you can't quit. You got to keep going, you know? KW Cares like came through and, you know, I filled out the application and everything. And I'm just so grateful. I can't even put into words how much you guys have helped me. Like, you know, raise my kids, like food, bills, you know, everything like that. And I'm just so grateful. I wish I could hug everybody that's behind the scenes on this because it's been a godsend.
Kill this cancer, kill this cancer, kill this cancer, kill it, kill it.
Brett Steiner here, and I want to share with you how you can build out a plan to be worth over $50 million. That's a crazy amount of money, and it's something normally we don't think about, we don't hear about it, and yet it's possible for everyone that wants to go down that journey. Where we all radically overestimate what we can do in a single year. We totally underestimate what we could do in 5, and the truth is we're not even close to what's possible inside of 30 years. And so I want to challenge you to think over the next 10 minutes, think really, really big on what's possible for you in your life. First of all, every single person, if you're watching here, we've got a whole video that'll go into a much better explanation than I'll be able to give here. But if you're watching this and you're not tracking your net worth every single month, you're not in the game. I'm going to say it again. That's the way it was said to me by Gary Keller. If you're not tracking your net worth every single month, you're not in the game. So you should have a balance sheet. We're going to provide one for you. I'm not a fan of the new electronic tools. I want you to do it manually, old school, and key it all in. There's a point to this exercise, right? It should take you no more than 15 to 20 minutes. Even if you've got significant assets, it should take you no more than 15 or 20 minutes to key in all the information. So you key it all in, you look at it, assets minus liabilities gives your net worth. You should pause right here and ask yourself a question. How do I make this go faster? How do I make this go faster? Second thing you're going to do is you're going to check in to where did you need to be on January 1 of 2024 to hit your 30-year plan to be worth over $50 million? Where did you need to be? And that check-in point's the most important thing. We've all had big goals, or we've all wrote a business plan or gone out there. And if you've ever missed a goal or missed a number you wanted to hit, it wasn't because you didn't have a really good plan or weren't hungry or aggressive or educated or trying. It's likely because you set a goal and there was no check-in period. There was no check-in to see, hey, am I on or off track? If you want to improve any area of your life, the secret to it is more frequent awareness, right? If you can create daily, weekly, or monthly awareness around any area of your life, it gives you the chance to fix when you get off track so you can land where you want it. So as you go out, we're going to send you the video and the tools to go build your 30-year plan. And as you're building it, I want you to think about some different areas. If we believe by being on this call, the entire point of business is to create wealth. I'll say it a different way. The entire point of my real estate team is to go buy real estate, which creates wealth. There's 3 pillars we got to think about to building wealth that you're going to build into this 30-year plan. Number 1, how do you go get an uninterrupted return? How do you invest money that you want to go out there and for your investable resources, how do you go take that money and get a return that's totally uninterrupted? Meaning I put money into something, I'm making 10% per year. Every single year it does that, and I never interrupt it. Second thing, how can I do that as passive as possible? In the real estate world, there's things that are completely passive that require very little effort from us. There's things that require tremendous amounts of effort from us. And I'm going to put a single family house in terms of passive right in the middle, right? If the 0 to 10 scale, if 0 is, boy, it's so passive, you never have to worry about it. 5 is a single family residence, and 10 is the noisiest, most annoying Airbnb you could possibly imagine. Where are you going to place your investments? So most passive to me would be a land lease, a triple net commercial building. If you bought a piece of debt that's serviced by a third party. If we've got a house in the middle and we've got a really loud, annoying Airbnb on the far right hand side, where do you want to put your money? The goal is passive as possible because you don't need to create another job with your money. Last thing is that money comes in, whatever return you're getting. If you're investing money in, as an example, your total passive income is $4,000 per month. Is that money comes back into you, how are you taking it and putting it into a vehicle that's also creating additional returns? How are we getting the money that comes in to compound even faster? And we'll chat about that as we think about the 3 different time frames that you're going to invest money in. So money's going to come into your world. You got to figure out what are you going to do with money that comes in your world from 0 to 12 months. Right? It cannot sit here in a JP Morgan or Wells Fargo checking account earning 0%. I'm not anti-JP Morgan. I'm not anti-Wells Fargo. Just give an example. You cannot have money sitting in accounts that earns you 0% interest. It does not work. And there's too many great options with 0 risk where you can get 5% or more. We'll chat about that here in a minute. Second time frame, you got to think about what are you going to do with money that's at least 12 months long, but at some point either expires or you would sell the asset. For me, a midterm investment, sometimes I buy a lot of my real estate around U.S. manufacturing. So I might go in and buy 30 or 40 homes. The factory goes in. I'm hoping prices rise. If they do, I might sell those houses and I might trade up to a forever asset or a more passive investment. Another example of a midterm asset would be a 30-year piece of debt. If I am the bank and I own 360 payments from a borrower, once they pay all 360 payments, that expires. I no longer have that investment. And lastly, what are the assets that if they went on sale, you would want to buy them? It's the building you've always wanted to own. It's the asset you've already wanted to own. But for whatever reason, it may not have been the right time to buy it. What's cool about being here today and thinking about it, we are at a time where in the next 5 years, chances are the things you want to own might go on sale. So now's a great time to start your education around those asset classes. Here's my example of where I park my money. First place I always try to go, I want to be my own bank. There's an incredible book called The Banker's Code by my buddy George Anton, but it talks about how banks think and how banks really are some of the best businesses out there. And the more you can think like a bank, the better your wealth plan will be. So the first place I look is how can I get my money to work in a hard money or private loan? We typically make around 12 to 14%. These are structured as 6 months to 12 months loans, right? Again, and they're in real estate in my market that I know better than anybody else. And ideally, you're loaning money to someone at a price that you would love to own the underlying real estate at. Second, high yield savings account. Again, there's no reason to make 0% interest. It is so easy to make 4 to 5% on your money that if you've got it sitting there, quickly go get it into one of those vehicles. And lastly, treasury bills. I'll show you the amounts today. You can get 5% in a 1-month treasury bill. And treasury bills aren't subject to income tax in your respective states. Here's treasury bill rates as of today. I-bonds are another example. A year ago, these were paying around 9%. It functions off inflation. It changes every 6 months. So I would not go to I-bonds today, but I just want to give you different examples of places where you could park your short-term money. If you go to bankrate.com, you can see all the high-yield savings accounts. There's tons of options for you where you could place your money there. Next, midterm. Where are you going to place money for midterm? This is likely rental properties. It could be stocks for you. I have none of my money in the stock market, but I give it as an example, or an owner financing or promissory notes. Where are you going to take that money and park it for midterm investments? And lastly, when the things you want go on sale, where are you going to place that money? Again, I'm looking at large apartment complexes. I define that as 100 units or more. That's where the economies of scale kick in. You can have on-site management, you can have an on-site repair person, and it allows that investment, again, to become more passive. Mobile home parks, not where you own all the mobiles in there, but where you own the underlying land underneath, and really are creating land leases on those. And lastly, storage units. Again, very, very passive, scalable assets you can put your money into. So we're going to give you two different examples to go out, and I want you to leave this presentation, and I want you to go create your 30-year plan. So you're going to go out to year 30 from today, drop at least $50 million or more, and then you're going to back into it. You're going to start saying, well, what are the assets that I want to buy, and what are the assumptions that I want to bake into this plan? If you go on here, this one calls for, you can see this person's buying 4 $250,000 houses every year. After about 5 years, they go buy a $7 million apartment building. That's their example in here. Yours could be absolutely anything that you want to focus on, but we got to have a point to know where do you want to be, what are some of the assets you're going to own, which this could change later. But right now, once you fill this out, we're going to figure out where are you today, where do you need to be in January 1 of 2024 so that you get everything you wanted at the end of your career. So I'm going to wrap with that. Go out, take our 30-year plan, and what I want you to leave here differently realizing is there's an amazing experience that you're going to have when you complete your 30-year plan, and I'm going to save that, so I'm not going to share it here with you. But if you sit down for 2 hours with the beverage of your choice, whether that's a coffee, a glass of wine, or whatever, fill out your 30-year plan, bring your partner in, bring your family in on this plan to figure out how you're going to create generational wealth for your family. Then go and do the work, and then set up your money day every single month. And the first business day of the month is your money day. You're going to sit down, you're going to focus on your money, you're going to get your money right, and you're going to build a plan that's going to get you everything you wanted out of the incredible career we call real estate. All right, that's my time. I'm Brett Tanner with KW Wealth. See you soon.
Hey guys, my name is David Huffaker, platform owner, OP, and KW approved trainer. Today I want to talk to you a little bit about lead generation tactics for a balanced business. I've had the opportunity over the last 20 years to be involved in over $1 billion worth of real estate. We've served so many families, and through learning and failing our way forward, we've come up with some strategies to help you build a bigger business. What I want to start with are a couple of tools and tactics today to really help you build out your lead generation systems and models. We have a team currently on track to do over $400 million this year who use these exact same systems and models. And let's be honest, isn't that why we're all at Keller Williams? With the opportunity to share information and lean into processes that work. So I'm going to give you 3 tools today that I want you to think about and hopefully take home and help you build a bigger business. The first one that I want you to think about is really a model that we've used to try to identify the segments of a business. So we know in the lead generation model, there's a couple of moving parts there. And as we've built it out, we really kind of dialed it back to say each of us like to run a business our own way, but there's some consistencies in those that we use. So what we do is we call it the 40-30-20-10 model. In the 40-30-20-10 model, the 40% focuses on relationships, 30% focuses on attraction, 20% focuses on hustle, and 10% focuses on luck. What we found in drawing our business out this way, we were able to build a business based off the fundamental portions of building a database through relationships, then also leveraging marketing and attraction, and then hustle, prospecting, door knocking, open houses, things like that, in order to compound our business. And when we do those first 3 segments right, 10% shows up just as luck. As you lean into the systems and models of the 40-30-20-10, what you find is that they build on each other. So we like to think of the 40 as a foundation, the foundation of a house. Without a solid database, you can't build anything else. We want to understand how to run a database plan, how to build relationships, how to communicate with them systematically, because we know that the majority of people out there don't use their realtor again for one reason. They can't remember your name. So leaning into a healthy database plan around your 40%, how to communicate with them systematically, how to service the business that comes from them, and how to feed that every day really helps you build a career worth having. Most of us intend to do this for a career. We want to do it for 7 to 10 to 20 to 30 to 40 years. We know that people move every 7 to 10 years. And so we want to stay in relationships with them over that time so that they do one thing when it's time to move. They remember your name. We're going to use systems and models like an 8x8 and a 36 touch in order to lean into that and make sure when it's time for them to move, that you get the phone call. Now, a lot of us start out building a business through relationships. We say, oh, I'm just going to do the business. My phone just rings. I don't need to build all these systems and models out. And I would say that when we take that money home, right, when we get those commission checks out of building a relationship-based business, one of the mistakes that causes us to stay good and not be great is that we start to create a lifestyle around the income from our database. We start to create a lifestyle around the income of the commission checks coming in rather than reinvesting that money back into our business. We know in the MREA, it talks about having 30% for expenses. And I'm going to challenge you, no matter where you're at on your real estate journey, that you start putting aside 30% of the money that you're making for either expenses now or expenses to reinvest back into the future. Because let's be honest, whatever we take home, our lifestyle is going to grow to match that. And once our lifestyle grows, it becomes hard to go back and readjust our lifestyle so that we can turn around and reinvest into our business. So if you want to have a lead generation business or lead generation tactics for a balanced business, it starts with the database, but it doesn't just end there. We're going to take that money and we're going to reinvest it into some form of attraction. We all did some research with Gary several years back, and we all learned that over 80 to 90% of our business comes from 3 or 4 lead sources. So our database being 40% of our business, we're going to go to attract 30%. Now, if you think about that, that means that 70% of your business is going to come from just 2 sources. In attraction, you're going to find some way to reinvest into marketing. You get to choose what that is. That might be billboards, that might be television, that might be online pay-per-click, or that might be some sort of farming that you do around the neighborhoods. You get to choose how you want to represent your business and what you want to do, but about 30% of your business naturally comes from attraction. As you start to build your database and you take that money and reinvest it, you now are starting to attract business, and those people ultimately become past clients, which then again turn around and build your database. The database is your business over the long term, guys, so the more you can build it, it's just a function of math. The more people that I have in it, communicated with it systematically, the more business it's going to give off. And over time, I'm going to become the icon agent in my neighborhood, in my area, because of what I was willing to do to invest into growing that database. So 70% of my business, 40% from database, 30% from some type of attraction. Then I'm going to move over to hustle. 20% of my business is going to come from hustle. And if you're newer in the business, that might be the first 20% that you have to lean in on. What we choose as hustle typically falls around launches, around open houses, around door knocking, around just listed and just sold. It's about making people in the community aware that we buy and sell real estate through investing our time in order to make money until we have money to invest to make money. And then lastly, like I said before, 10% is going to come from luck. So I hope that you'll lay your business out that way, that you'll create a strategy around 40, 30, 20, 10, so that your lead generation models are balanced so that you can use them to help build a bigger business. In fact, we want to help you do that. So we're going to share this tool with you. In this video, we're going to put up a QR code with a link to one of our trackers. I want to walk you through that tracker real quick while we're on this video. If you look at the tracker here on the screen, you'll see that there's some spots at the top for your goals, for team goals if you have those. Now again, we believe in setting up quarterly goals. It's really fun to put a yearly goal out there, but I can execute best 12 weeks at a time. Set your quarterly target so that you can have something to focus on that's long enough to make an impact, but short enough to achieve. I can typically predict out the next 90 days. I can get the next 90 days, months 4, 5, and 6. They're a little foggy, but I can see them out there. And then beyond that, it's really hard for me to predict what's going to happen in the market, what's going to be going on in business. So if I look at the next 90 days and I really lean in on that and use this tracker, I want to have my goals at the top, and then below that, you have a spot for what Coach Fritz Pollard would call your houses and humans board. This is where you're going to put your pipeline. The last names of the people who are using you to buy houses and the addresses of homes that you're putting on the market. We know mathematically that you need a certain number of agreements signed in order to be able to convert your business, so your goal should translate to a certain number of houses and humans. Below that, you'll see your 4 sections: relationship, attraction, hustle, and luck, and you'll see the certain key metrics that you're going to want to use in order to develop that. And you can use this daily on how many people are you adding to your database, to how many 8x8 campaigns are you starting, to how many leads are you attracting, to how many doors are you knocking, how many open houses are you holding, and how many referrals are you getting. Luck tends to show up when we do the other 90%. Sometimes when you work hard, you just get lucky. It's our favorite part of the business. You might get an agent referral, or you might get an easy come list me. When you're doing the right things will happen when it comes to luck. And then here at the bottom, you'll see you have some tracker opportunities. It's always our goal to contact somewhere between 65 and 85 people a week, depending upon our conversion rates. Guys, we're going to put that QR code up for you now. You can scan it, you can download this tracker and start using it and modify it however you want. Guys, the last tool I want to leave you with today is the perfect schedule of an agent. When we look at an agent, we know that an agent does 5 things. They lead generate, they script practice and role play, they follow up, they negotiate contracts, and they go on appointments. Guys, if we look at the perfect agent schedule, it's going to start every day around 7:30 or 8 a.m. We're going to start with the most important piece, and that's your mind. We're going to get your mindset right, we're going to find our tribe, and we're going to lean into conversations with others around us that lift us up and start us off on a positive note. Around 8:30, we're going to begin conversation starters. There's lots of great programs out there that allow you to learn the tools needed in order to communicate with people in your community effectively. 8:30 to 8:50, we have conversation starters, and then we're going to have 8:50 to 9 o'clock to kind of get our things together, right? We're going to get our cup of coffee, we're going to lean in, and we're going to start with lead generation. Lead generation is one of the most fundamental pieces of running a real estate career. We want to make sure that we do that, and want to make sure when you think of lead generation, you think about generating business. A lot of times we call people that we already know, and we call that lead generation. We're going to do lead follow-up, but we're going to get to that later. Lead generate from 9 to 9:50. That's 50 minutes of leaning in, making phone calls, and from 9:50 to 10 o'clock, I'm not going to get distracted. I'm going to refill my coffee, maybe take a little break, eat a snack, and then 10 o'clock, I'm going to do another 50 minutes of lead generation. Again, my goal is 5 to 6 conversations. So hopefully that morning, between the hours of 9 a.m. and 11 a.m., I'm going to have around 10 to 12 conversations with people that I've never met before. I'm going to talk to them about what's going on in the community. I'm going to talk to them about what I do as a local real estate professional. And the question I'm going to ask them is, when you think of real estate, who do you trust? You've got to have the right to earn that responsibility. Now I'm going to follow at 11 o'clock. I'm going to go 11 to 11:45. I'm going to do lead follow-up. This would be any to-dos that I have in Command or my CRM. This would also be any DTD2 phone calls that I've got to communicate with my database that week. So again, 11 to 11:45, I'm going to do follow-up. Take a little bit of a break, refresh, 11:45 to 12:30, I'm going to do follow-up again. Now I've gotten to 12:30. We know that the most important work of the day happens before 12:30. So I've got my conversation starters in, I've taken care of my mindset, I've done lead generation, and I've done lead follow-up. From there, I'm going to go take a lunch. I like to take a long lunch. Drinks are typically optional, not for me, maybe for you. But you can go have lunch and kind of refresh. We know that the least busy part of the day is kind of in the middle, where we can get a few things done. Our clients aren't typically calling us, or maybe we want to return some of those phone calls that we missed in the morning. So starting around 1:30, we're going to come back into the office, and I'm going to spend 1:30 to 3 o'clock negotiating contracts, taking care of paperwork, running CMA, sending out listing agreements, buying agreements, any paperwork type that I need to do. I'm going to do that around the middle of the day. Around 3 o'clock, I'm going to get ready for my first appointment. I'm going to head out, and I usually have about a 30-minute commute. So around 3:30 to 5, I'm going to hold my first appointment. I'm going to make sure that I get that listing agreement, show the houses, do whatever it is. Then I'm going to commute again at 5 to 5:30 is commute. I'm going to go on my second appointment at 5:30. I'm going to wrap that up at 7 o'clock at night. Now I know what you're thinking, David, that's outrageous. There's no way that I'm doing that every day. That's 7:30 a.m. to sometimes 7:30 p.m. And I think if you ask most top performers, we've all been there more than we'd like to admit. We want to create a balanced life. Better yet, we want to create a counterbalanced life, which means that we want to get out and we want to hustle. And if you think about it, the odds of you doing that full day, every day of the week, doesn't usually happen. If you were going on 10 appointments a week, your business would be blowing up, right? You would need to find leverage, and that's the goal. That's what we're after. We typically want to do that schedule 3 to 4 days a week, take 1 day off, and then do our open house activities on the weekend. That gives us 50 to 55 hours a week that we're working. I promise if you were to lean in and do that, anywhere from about 12 to 18 months, you're going to have an amazing business, and you're going to start to earn the right to leverage out and to help others build successful businesses. Guys, we're going to put that QR code up again so you can get that tool. Thank you so much for sharing some time with me. We hope that it's been impactful. Lead generation tactics for a balanced business. Thanks for spending time with me.
Hey, Keller Williams family, Natascha Tello, operating partner here in the South Florida region. And I'm excited to share an opportunity today with you about finding the motivated in any market, right? It's really critical for us to uncover that now. We have a finite amount of time, so we want to make sure we're spending that time looking for the people who truly need our help in this market. So let's jump in. So normally we say, focus on the ABCs of things, but not today. This is all about the D's, E's, and F's of real estate. All of the things, these are the motivated buyers and sellers in a shifting market. So let's break them all down. Well, number one should be no surprise to any of you. It's the database. And that doesn't change no matter what the markets are doing. As a matter of fact, what does change is your communication needs to go up. Go up, you say? Yeah, go up. Because as the noise gets louder out there from all areas, you need to be able to cut through that. You need to be the voice of reason. You need to be, as Gary Keller says, the economist of choice. So what does that look like? Increase that communication, whether it's an increase in written, verbal, but most importantly, picking up that phone, calling, checking in with people. And you can discuss all of the next topics with this database. As a matter of fact, I'm going to recommend that part of what you're sending out to your database are topics that touch on all of the subjects in the D's of real estate. So the first one that comes after that would be divorce, right? We all know as things in the economy might shift somewhere and economic stress hits people, well, the number one reason for divorce is that financial challenge or financial disagreement. So the likelihood is as economy shift, divorces go up. But what that does mean is that you have the opportunity to help people through what may be the potentially one of the most challenging times of their life. And you have the opportunity for potential of 3 sales. Now, not all of them may come right away, and actually probably much more than that over the time in the lifetime of a customer and a client. However, you have the opportunity to sell that marital asset and potentially those 2 individuals moving on into their own properties. So the potential for 3 sales can be created. So how do you get in front of a divorce situation, right? Well, a divorce is no different than anything else. It is a lawsuit that is actually filed. So you can pull these up. You can get involved in networking groups, both in the real estate industry, but more specifically in the attorney world. These are ways for you to get in front of this. And thirdly, you can provide a report, let your customers know about the things that they need to understand about their real estate in a divorce, and become that choice, that person, that agent that customers reach out to when they have a challenge, they reach out to you. All right, so what's our next D? After divorce, it's death, right? Nobody wants to talk about it, but it is part of life. And ultimately, in a passing of an individual, there's potentially real estate and real estate assets that must be sold. And sometimes there's no next of kin that live anywhere close. Sometimes that property goes through what's the probate process. But this is an opportunity to sell. People aren't timing this. This is obviously a must need to sell. So an opportunity for you to get involved with people. You can do it through the court system. You can do it through a networking group, through probate attorneys. There are agents that specialize in this. And this is a section of real estate that moves no matter what the market does, right? So our third D would be default. Now, default means that they stopped making debt payments, right? So their debt services are in arrears. They may be behind with their lender. Sometimes they're behind on their association fees, their condo fees. But often what's happening, and especially in today's environment, is that there is equity in this home. So whatever you do, don't let people lose their home to foreclosure. Know their options. You need to know the options so you could share it with them. So if there is no equity, and perhaps they tapped out the equity or they bought it and the market shifted, well, there's an opportunity for a short sale where the bank may take less than what's owed on the property. There's a deed in lieu of foreclosure. And there's the opportunity, which in most cases is the case today, which is where there's equity in that property. So do an equity analysis, find out how much they owe, including all of the arrears and potential legal fees, and then take a look at the equity. Every day that asset does not sell, yet they're not making payments, they're losing the potential of equity in the property. This is a great way to help people. Debt. Well, as debt goes up and as people have taken on more debt, it is often a reason why to sell a piece of real estate, whether it's the primary asset or maybe a secondary or third property that they purchased. They want to get rid of some of that debt. And I don't mean just debt consolidation. I mean actually pay it off. And so often you'll find that people that are in this situation will want to sell the real estate, pay off the debt, and move into something either more affordable or sit on the sidelines for just a little bit until they can recoup and step back in again. Here's a happy D, right? So diamonds. And what do we mean by diamonds? Well, clearly you can see from the photo, they're getting engaged. This is the proposal. So what comes next? Hopefully a marriage. And often following that, we'll see a purchase of real estate, whether it's a first marriage or one subsequent to that. Typically, there are two individuals who also may have property to sell, or perhaps those become an investment. And you have the opportunity to sell them on a new dream, the marital asset. So what follows clearly, I already showed you that one, and that's diapers, right? It might be that they need a larger place. Maybe there are more children coming along the way. Maybe it's multiple births, but when people are having children, that is a reason for a real estate sale. So here's another opportunity. How do you get involved with that? Well, there's networking groups. You can network with a mom's group. You can start a group. That's how you actually get to meet people that are in that stage of life, right? So another opportunity. Here's one that I personally love to talk about, and that's people's dreams. Maybe they've always wanted to own a vacation home in some exotic place, somewhere beautiful, somewhere maybe warm and a beach. Maybe it's a vacation rental at a beach and a mountain, but it's an opportunity to help people achieve their goals and really to achieve their dreams. So dreams is a reason why people will buy and sell real estate. All right, look at this one. I mean, I don't think anybody wants to sit through that traffic. So the next D is driving. What if remote work is no longer possible? We went through a period of time where a lot of people were permitted and encouraged to work remotely. Well, now many corporations have called everybody back in, and not everybody wants to do the drive. So maybe it's selling one property to move closer to the employment opportunity, or maybe it is, getting off the road so they can drive less. So driving and distance would be another reason. All right. The next D would be downsizing. Maybe the home's too big. Maybe they don't want stairs anymore. Now, there's a lot of conversation and talk about people being stuck in their home, but the truth is there are also a lot of people who have a tremendous amount of equity in their home and don't necessarily need to finance the next one and are ready and willing and need to downsize today. So here's an opportunity. As a matter of fact, we have a great community, the planners community. You can get involved with them and they can talk and help you through what this all looks like. All right, maybe there's a decrease in available income, right? With inflation up and the cost of things up, a lot of American families are being squeezed today. So a decrease in the available income. Perhaps there's a loss of job, right? A decrease in income to the family. That is a reason why people will sell their real estate. Another one is disability. Somebody affected by a disability may require a change of property type. Maybe it was a two-story and they need a one-story. Maybe it was a single family and now a townhouse or condo would suffice. I want you to think another opportunity. There are also people who specialize in helping people, whether visually impaired or physically impaired, mentally impaired, lots and lots of reasons why people need specific types of real estate assets. You can be the specialist to help them. Disaster. And no one wants to talk about it, but disaster strikes all the time. So from floods to hurricanes to tornadoes to fires, lots and lots of disasters. When disaster strikes, displacement happens. People need to relocate, sometimes temporarily, and very often we see permanently. different type of property, maybe further away from the coastline, maybe further away from where the winds are strong, or maybe out of the tornado belt. Lots and lots of reasons. But disaster is another reason why people must sell real estate. Disease. It's another D. Disease changes things, right? These could be long-term issues. Maybe the walkability of that property needs to change. Maybe they are, because of a particular disease or affliction they have, they need to be closer to a hospital or a medical facility. But disease drives real estate sales and change and transition. Deployment. Another great opportunity to get involved with one of our communities, our KW military families. When someone is being deployed, both our United States military and our military around the world, as well as some of our federal agencies who also get deployed. This causes a change for the family, potentially a change with their real estate. They may be downsizing, moving closer to family for some assistance while our service member is off on a mission. That could be 9 months or 12 months. Or longer. So deployment is a reason why you'll see people move and change real estate. Development. One of the things that I'm hearing right now is that we have inventory shortages. That's pretty much common across most of the United States. But one of the things that very few are talking about is the opportunity for development and new construction, whether it's working with custom home builders, tract builders, condo developers. Here's an opportunity, whether you represent them as the listing agent and listing brokerage, or you're introducing buyers to a property that maybe they didn't know about before. But new construction is an opportunity for you to find things that are not on the MLS. So jump involved, get in front of this opportunity. All right. So outside of our D's, we are now on our E, and this is expired listings. So I want you to jump into your MLS and take a look. Take a look at properties that expired 3 and 6 months ago that haven't relisted. Well, at one time, there was a thought or a dream or an idea that they wanted to sell that property. Maybe it's time to revisit that. This is an opportunity for you to either you can prospect via the phone in a TCPA compliant way, or if permitted, door knocking in the local community. Be the agent of choice for those homes that failed to sell the first time. Maybe it was price, maybe it was condition, maybe it was just the wrong agent that they chose to hire. So be the specialist and look at the opportunity to create additional inventory by looking at expired listings. And of course, are for sale by owners. No matter what the economy is doing, there will always be the DIY people, the do-it-yourselfers. But not everyone's going to be successful in their opportunity to sell it on their own. So go be the agent of choice, be the resource, provide information, and stick with the communication. Stay in it for the long haul. Ultimately, you will find that many for sale by owners ultimately hire an agent. But the truth is, if it's a one-time communication and you're not following up consistently, someone else will sweep in and pick up that opportunity. Don't let that happen to you. Stay in communication and be the resource. Now you know everything you need to know to help and find the motivated in this market. I look forward to seeing you at the next time.
Woo! Kelly, there's a lot of information. My hand hurts. I don't know about yours. My right hand is just like taking all those notes, all that amazing stuff. I did not know there were so many D's and E's. I always used to say 6. Now I need to say, I think 16 or something like that.
Something like that.
How was the day?
I remember in bold, many times I've taken it, they talk about how much energy your brain spends, right? You can like be out and about. Like I always think of like Red Day, right? When our bodies are moving so much, I leave those days energized. Learning events like today, I feel a little bit jello-y in my brain and like I need a nap a little bit. And that's because we've been doing so much great learning and absorbing and taking it all in. And I'm just grateful for all the different and so many different topics, which allow for lots of good idea generation. What about you?
Well, I would just say too, if you joined us today, I'd pay it forward. You know, I had several different people say, hey, I'm on a listing appointment or something comes up. Hey, we want you to get business, continue to get business. If you learn something great, one or two things, go ahead and share it in your Market Center Facebook pages. Hey, I learned this today. I'd love to share it. Pay it forward. They can still get the recording. And I can't remember the date, we should know, but I believe it's till the 28th, correct?
Yeah, people can keep registering to be able to get the recording. And especially, this is a lot of content today, right? What do we do? 5 hours? 5 hours of content could be broken up, especially I'm thinking like as a team owner or something like that. That could be 1 hour chunks for the next month of content for the team to be able to dig into different topics or whatever that is. And so a great opportunity for people to keep registering, keep their donations coming so they can get all access to all the content.
And I know we're going to keep wearing the same clothes all the way through the upgrade, isn't it? Right, the VIP. So remember, the keyword is upgrade, but we'd love to spend some time with you and pay it forward. We've been blessed and continue. There's so many things I want to go back to, from Jay to you name it, Gene Rivers. It's all, you know what? And a lot of these great people, you think about it, they're such giving people. I know a lot of them. I know like Jeff Glover's doing a tour right now all throughout the United States. So make sure you go follow all these great speakers, just so you know, they paid it forward for us and KW Cares. So pour into them, you know, show them your referral, show them your love, go hear them speak again. But I know last night I actually booked my flight for Vegas. I don't know about you guys, but a good reminder.
Yep, 100%. So excited for Vegas. Also, I mean, I'm in Phoenix, so sometimes I fly, sometimes I drive. It's not that big of a difference. So excited for Vegas.
I forgot. I haven't even left October. I'll actually be at Fall Masterminds. That's already, my brain already moved to February, but I'll be with you guys. I'm pretty excited about that. But again, make sure we'll have our team put the chats in there. But if you can go back through, there's so many great nuggets and we appreciate you guys. But I would say a key takeaway for me is do transactional giving. Even if you did $1, just so you know, we have over 175,000 associates. What would that look like every year if you just did $1? Start small. And I know Jay talked about that. My favorite thing that he says is the Say Yes Fund. That's so cool. And I love that.
The transactional giving to me is so interesting, right? Because we always talk about this, right? My class today was on finances, and little changes we make never really feel like much until you take a step back and you look at, wow, that was a lot of money. So we can use you as an example, right? What was it? 31.25?
Yeah, now we're changing it to 47.73. I love that our team challenged us. So
100%. But let's use that as an example, right? How often we spend $31 on something, right? If I go to Target, I spend much more than $31 at one time. But then you get to look back on the year and say, like, that was $10,000. Didn't feel like a ton when it was $31 in that moment. But it all adds up, right? If we have an agent who does 10 transactions a year at $5 a transaction, that's $50. $50 might feel like an uncomfortable check to cash, but it's also only $5 a transaction. And when we piece together those little nuggets, it's like those dominoes over time, right? They add up to big things.
Awesome. I love that you joined us this year. Just so you know, they were tired of seeing me. They're like, oh, we need to bring someone cool. You know, Carson Daly, I'm him, you know, was aging out, right? So they're like, okay, let's bring in the new cool young people. So glad you joined.
I'm a new cool young person? I'm the new cool young person?
Well, we got to keep it going. We got to get some of the TikTok star to join us next year. Maybe get 3 people, you know? Maybe we should do a thing where you could start donating. We can have an auction. Do you want to be our 3rd host next year? If you want to do that, you know, start donating. We'll get that going.
I love that. A newer, younger person.
Well, cool. Well, it's a great day. Yes. Hopefully, thank you so much for coming. Yeah. Any last thoughts?
My big takeaway or thing that I wanted to share, and of course my phone's too far away to know, but I know our awesome crew can drop those numbers in the chat box. I believe we have about $20,000 left of Bev's match to make. And so if you felt compelled today, please make sure to go and donate so we can eat up all of her money. I love spending other people's money, and we'll spend Bev's money today. But we've done a great job. We still have more fundraising to do, and we're really counting on you guys to help us get there.
Thank you. Love you guys. See you next year.
Thank you.